Chapter 304. Retracting his finger, Taoist Jin Huang's eyes widened as he roared, "Impossible! How could Sky Cloud Martial School have this kind of background? Impossible! Who are you? Why are you meddling in this matter? My floating mountain martial school has no enmity with you. Please don't do anything." Taoist Jin Huang couldn't sense the aura of the owner of the huge hand at all. Therefore, there were only two possibilities. First, the opponent had entered the Sea of Souls realm, and his Zhenyuan had turned into an ocean, returning to the origin. Second, the opponent had entered the even more frightening life and death realm. Once one entered the life and death realm, the difference between heaven and earth would be completely different. Regardless of which possibility it was not something that Taoist Jin Huang could contend against. The former was still manageable, since at least the floating mountain school had Sea of Souls realm warriors, and not just one or two of them. However, if it was the latter, then the entire floating mountain school would not even be able to withstand one finger of the opponent. Life and death realm warriors were called kings, and it was not without reason. They were the kings of the martial artists and represented the world's will of the true spirit continent. Without life and death realm warriors, no matter how powerful one was, it would be useless. The speed of the huge hand was not that fast, as if its owner was not serious. However, in Taoist Jin Huang's eyes, the sky was no longer the sky, and the earth was no longer the earth. The mountains behind Sky Cloud Martial School were all under the control of the huge hand. Seeing that the opponent had no intention of stopping, Taoist Jin Huang's heart was filled with boundless fear. Not caring about the Huang Thunder Beast and Sikong Sheng, he extended his body and flew away at an extreme speed. With a flicker, he appeared 7 to 8 li away, like a small sun that was constantly jumping. Humph! With a cold snort, the thumb and index finger of the sky-covering hand began to close together. When it was only 10 feet away, the fleeing Taoist Jin Huang seemed to have walked right into a trap. He was imprisoned within, unable to move or even struggle. "I am not willing. These people are only ants. I will kill them if I want to." Taoist Jin Huang mustered his remaining strength, burning his Zhenyuan fiercely, trying to escape. Everyone from the Sky Cloud Martial School was stupefied. The previously insufferably arrogant Taoist Jin Huang was currently being clamped by 2 sky-reaching fingers. His face was full of fright and anger, as if he was a headless fly, which brought a huge contrast to their vision. They all thought, who is the owner of this sky-covering hand? Even a late astral-reaching expert has been casually pinched by him. This level of strength is already not something that can be imagined. "Don't worry, I won't kill you with my own hands. You're not worth my life. Now get the hell out of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Get the hell out of the Windy Nation. If you dare to take another step forward in this life, you will die for sure. Also, go back and tell the leader of the Floating Mountain sect that this is just a small warning. If he dares to offend you again, the Floating Mountain sect will be destroyed, and the 10,000 years of foundation of the Azure Emperor and the Stone Emperor will be destroyed. You hear me?" Only Taoist Jin Huang could hear the voice of the owner of that sky-covering hand. However, it was not a human voice, but the sound of the air vibrating. It was similar to Zhen Qi sound transmission, but 10 times more advanced than Zhen Qi sound transmission. Astral-reaching realm warriors would never be able to do it. "You won't kill me?" Taoist Jin Huang stopped struggling. He knew that no matter how hard he struggled, it would be useless. If the opponent wanted to kill him, it would only take a single thought. His evil eyes landed on Yi Chen's body. Taoist Jin Huang sneered inwardly. "So it is not because of your backer. If you were, you would not let me go, because if you let me go, once Yi Chen leaves the Windy Nation, I would be able to hunt him down. Anyway, The owner of that sky-covering hand did not say that he was not allowed to kill Yi Chen. He only said that he was not allowed to enter the Windy Nation. Huh, it seems like the gods want you dead. Within 5 years, you will never have the power to fight against me. And if you want to continue growing, you will have to leave the Windy Nation. This is an endless cycle. There is only death. How about I let you go for now? Although Taoist Jin Huang was afraid of Yi Chen's potential, he did not think that Yi Chen would be able to surpass him within 5 years. There would be plenty of chances to kill him. There was no need to risk his own life. Senior, I promise that I will never step into the Windy Nation or the Sky Cloud Martial School for the rest of my life. Taoist Jin Huang said with a loud voice. The huge hand made of yuan qi loosened, and the air around Taoist Jin Huang's ears vibrated again. Piss off! I might change my mind at any time. Hearing him, Taoist Jin Huang's expression changed. He seemed to be afraid that the owner of the huge hand would change his mind and kill him for good. He hurriedly jumped onto the back of the Thunder Beast and commanded it to fly away. Within a blink of an eye, they disappeared into the clouds. You didn't kill him? It would be a lie if Cloud Dreamer and Thunder Freer said that they were not disappointed. Of course, they did not dare to complain about the owner of the huge hand. Without him, the Sky Cloud Martial School would have been completely destroyed. There would not have been a second possibility. A late astral reaching realm warrior from a rank 6 martial school would already be considered as a top warrior in the whole South River region. Under the Sea of Souls realm, he would be above hundreds of thousands of people. Not good. I can't control my Jin Yuan anymore. Although he had relaxed a bit, Cloud Dreamer still could not control his own Jin Yuan. Once his Jin Yuan exploded, there would be nothing left of him, and everything within 10 miles would be destroyed. This was a secret art that he had obtained by chance. Once he used it, there would be no way to change it. Thunder Freer noticed the aura that was about to explode from Cloud Dreamer's body, so he was shocked. Cloud Dreamer had told him about this secret art. This time, he had to use it during the battle with Taoist Jin Huang. However, Taoist Jin Huang had already left, so his death would be meaningless. Shoo! Something strange happened. One of the fingers of the huge hand reached out and lightly touched on Cloud Dreamer's protective Jin Yuan. The wind started to blow, and the clouds disappeared. The next second, Cloud Dreamer's aura disappeared, and the Jade Destruction secret art returned to its original state. The explosive aura disappeared completely. Thank you, Senior. Cloud Dreamer cupped his fists and bowed toward the huge hand. The air vibrated. No need to thank me. Actually, I wanted to save Yi Chen, but Yi Chen's relationship with the Sky Cloud Martial School was too deep. This whole thing was caused by him. Senior, how can I not thank you? Cloud Dreamer obviously could not just say no, since the other had not only saved him, but the entire Sky Cloud Martial School. Even if the other asked him to kill himself right now, he would do it. The Sky Cloud Martial School was in his hands, and this kind of feeling was not something normal people could understand. The owner of the huge hand did not say anything, and his voice moved to Yi Chen's ears. Are you wondering why I didn't kill Taoist Jin Huang? The blood explosion art disappeared automatically. Yi Chen's body was covered in blood as he said weakly, Senior, you should have your own plan. Yi Chen can guess a little bit. Oh, tell me, Senior, you want me to take revenge myself and get rid of my inner demon. The air vibrated a bit unsteadily. You are right. I did have this intention. The path of a warrior is to overcome all obstacles, and no impurities can be tolerated. Today's incident had a great impact on you. If you could not kill Taoist Jin Huang yourself, it would be a huge hindrance to your cultivation. Plus, you are a sword artist who had comprehended the sword intent, so you could not back down. Killing Taoist Jin Huang was like helping you choose to back down. This is not what I want to see, nor is it what you want to see. Therefore, you can take Taoist Jin Huang's life. As for whether you can kill him or not, it will depend on your own ability. I will not help you for the same thing twice. Yi Chen said, "Thank you, Senior, for your help. I will kill Taoist Jin Huang with my own hands, and no one can stop me. As for his death, it means that I am not qualified to step into a higher realm." Very good. I like your calmness. I hope you can keep it up. Do not be blinded by hatred. The path of a warrior is not just about hatred. Senior, you are? Don't ask, and don't think about it. I will tell you when I need to. I have my reasons for not telling you, and it is also the reason why I did not show up. Yi Chen is too reckless. You are badly wounded. The minor blood demon body separating great art is not a secret skill for warriors. It is an incomplete secret skill created by the blood demon master based on the blood demon doppelganger. Without the doppelganger, every time you use it, you will lose your qi and blood. Normal medicines will not be able to help you recover completely. You will have to deal with this yourself. I will not give you any material help. Yi Chen knows. The minor blood demon body separating great art was a huge burden on the body. Although the qi and blood that was consumed could be replenished by the blood sunflower was not omnipotent. It could be used once or twice, but if it was used too many times, then it would have to be nurtured for a while. Otherwise, there would be a horrifying side effect. This time, in order to fight against Taoist Jin Huang, Yi Chen had even performed the ultimate skill of the minor blood demon body separating great art, the blood explosion great art. It was almost as powerful as the major blood demon body separating great art, but the side effect was extremely huge. If it were not for the fact that Yi Chen's body was extremely powerful and that he had trained the pure jade body boosting spell to the 5th level, the King Kong jade body boosting spell, he would have been crippled even if he did not die. As for the help from the owner of the sky-covering palm, Yi Chen had never thought about it. Everyone's path of being a martial artist was right under their feet, and others would not be able to help them. If they helped him, then they might end up harming him instead. If one did not understand the pain, then how could one understand the sweetness after the pain? Of course, Yi Chen was not worried about the side effects, since he still had a 3,000 years old blood sunflower in his storage ring, which was 10 times more powerful than the 1,000 years old one. As long as his qi and blood did not run out, it would not be a big problem to get rid of the side effects. However, Su Jing's injury was giving him a headache. The broken bones in her arm and the broken bones in her arm were two completely different things. Without great treasures, it would be very hard to heal. He could imagine the pain of having a whole bone broken into countless pieces. The owner of the sky-covering palm seemed to have guessed Yi Chen's thoughts. I will not help that girl with the broken bones in her arm either. She is very talented and has a great chance to achieve great things in the future. This is not a bad thing for her. In fact, have you realized that the whole Sky Cloud Martial School has changed because of this? This is the rise of the Sky Cloud Martial School. It is the beginning of the Sky Cloud Martial School's rise. Yi Chen nodded. During that bloody battle, he was very touched by what people from the Sky Cloud Martial School had done. They were obviously very weak and could not help at all, but they still stood out without any hesitation, willing to live and die with the Sky Cloud Martial School. This kind of fearlessness was not something that a powerful martial school could achieve. He believed that, in the future, the Sky Cloud Martial School would definitely grow and become a super martial school in the South Rudra region. Since this is done, I will not stay any longer. Remember, the path of a martial artist is like sailing against the current. Only by keeping your heart will you be able to move forward. The sky-covering palm disappeared, and the voice disappeared slowly. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen turned around to look at the crowd. In his sight, everyone was looking at him, and he was also looking at them. The eye contact did not require words. This is my second home. As the thought flashed through his mind, Yi Chen raised his head and fell down from the sky. It was a miracle for him to be able to last until now. But now, the miracle was over. Chapter 305. Shocking Cloud Peak. Inside a spacious room, Yi Chen, who was wrapped in bandages, crawled out of bed. He was already 18 years old, but he was no longer childish. His slightly skinny body was not weak at all. The tightly wrapped bandages showed his well-defined muscles, which were full of explosive power. It was as if his body was made of steel. He raised his arm, but it was still weak. This was a sign of excessive loss of qi and blood, and a great loss of vitality. Yi Chen shook his head and thought to himself, the blood explosion spell is too powerful. It made me unconscious for 7 days and 7 nights. Fortunately, my body was strong enough, so I did not lose my qi and blood, and my meridians were not destroyed. Otherwise, it would not be easy to recover. Yi Chen had not used the 3,000-year-old blood sunflower yet, so he was not sure how effective it was. He planned to use it in a day or two when he was full of energy. Pushing open the door, Yi Chen came to the yard. The courtyard was no different from an ordinary family's courtyard. It wasn't too big, and it wasn't extravagant either. Opposite, it was a flower bed with dozens of beautiful flowers, including a few young blood sunflowers. Next to the flower bed was a row of sunflowers. They were taller than the courtyard wall, and they were in full bloom facing the blazing sun. Bang, bang. After standing in the yard for a while, there was a knock on the door. Looking away, Yi Chen said, "Come in." Creak. The yard door, which was not locked, opened. Zhang Haoren and Wu Zongming walked in. "Yi Chen, are you all right?" It was Wu Zongming's first time coming to the shocking cloud peak. He looked around and found that other than the Great Elders' Hall, the other buildings were very ordinary. They could not even be considered as the mansion of an ordinary landlord. Yi Chen smiled and said, "It's you too. I'm all right." Wu Zongming laughed. "It's good that you're all right. I thought there would be some side effects." That day, Yi Chen looked too scary. He was covered in blood, and his muscles were cracked. The loss of qi and blood made Wu Zongming wonder if Yi Chen had that much qi and blood. At this moment, Zhang Haoren said, "I'm here to apologize." "Apologize for what?" Yi Chen was surprised. Wu Zongming interrupted, "He's a stubborn man. We had a grudge in the past, and he always wanted to apologize. In my opinion, apologizing between men is too mushy. Besides, it's been so long. Why would we care about each other's frivolity when we were young? 14 or 15 years old was the most impulsive age. At that age, they were very competitive and aggressive. It was inevitable that there would be conflicts and friction. If they were not careful, they would become enemies. Fortunately, there was not much conflict between the three of them. They just disagreed with each other." Yi Chen smiled. "Wu Zongming is right. Everyone is frivolous." Zhang Haoren said, "Seriously, it's different this time. It's an official apology." "All right, I accept your apology." When dealing with a stubborn person, Yi Chen could not be in a deadlock with him. So he accepted the other party's apology. The three of them drank some tea and chatted casually. After about an hour, the two of them bid farewell. As soon as Zhang Haoren and Wu Zongming left, Luo Hanshan, Zhu Mei, and Su Jing arrived. "Yi Chen, are you all right?" Luo Hanshan asked. "Except for a bit of weakness, I'm fine." Yi Chen's wounds were actually quite serious. But of course, with the help of the 3,000 years old blood sunflower. It was indeed not a big deal. He looked at Su Jing and saw that her arms were wrapped in bandages, hanging weakly on her waist. Yichen said gently, "Does it hurt?" Su Jing's face blushed slightly. "Not at all." Yichen didn't say anything to express his gratitude. He knew that it would be too polite, and she would not want to hear it either. True gratitude did not need to be expressed. As long as it was in his heart, it was enough. Taking out 10,800 years old blood sunflowers and 2,000 years old blood sunflowers from his storage ring, Yichen said, "You are cultivating a body-strengthening art which requires enough qi and blood. These blood sunflowers are very beneficial to your qi and blood, so don't say no." After saying that, he grabbed Su Jing's slim hand and put the blood sunflowers into her storage ring. Su Jing lowered her head and bit her lower lip. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Zhu Mei's face. It was a smile that contained a trace of envy. "Not good." Holding Su Jing's soft and boneless hand, Yichen wanted to check her injury. Her arm was almost boneless, and it was only connected by her qi and blood, so it was hard to describe how soft and boneless it was. If an ordinary martial artist were to suffer such a serious injury, they would basically be ruined for the rest of their lives. Fortunately, Su Jing had been cultivating a body-strengthening art which gave her a powerful qi and blood. Therefore, the broken bones were healing at an almost imperceptible speed. However, if the bones were to heal on their own, it would take at least 3 to 5 years for them to fully recover. Moreover, even if they were fully healed, they would not be able to do any strenuous exercises, not to mention training martial arts. Frowning, Yichen was thinking about going out to look for some natural treasures that could heal bones. Although these natural treasures were even rarer than the 3,000 years old blood sunflowers, they were still available. But of course, it was not the right time yet. He was still too weak, and he had a powerful enemy like Jin Huang. Without being fully prepared, he would not be able to leave the Windy Nation for the time being. Luo Hanshan winked at Yi Chun and said, "Zhu Mei and I still have something to do. You guys go ahead, I'll come to see you when I have time." After saying that, he left the yard with Zhu Mei. Yi Chun let out a bitter smile. Su Jing, who was sitting in front of him, had her head almost touching her chest. He had to find something to talk about, otherwise it would be very awkward. "Do you still remember that time when I came back from the Northwest Auction House? I borrowed your hand to train my body-strengthening art." After thinking for a while, Yi Chun started talking about the past. "Yeah." Su Jing listened quietly. The sky was getting dark. Yi Chun walked Su Jing to the mountaintop where Yi Chun lived. The night passed without any words. The next afternoon, the room was filled with a bright, blood-golden aura. This aura was extremely strong. With just a single sniff, Yi Chun would feel warm and refreshed. In Yi Chen's sight, there was a water tank-sized lump of mud on the floor of the room. The mud was completely covered by the blood-golden color and was slightly translucent. Through the translucent mud, Yi Chun could see a palm-sized blood sunflower growing in it. The blood sunflower had a rich blood-golden color. It looked like gold or jade. It was shining brightly. "It's time for me to use you." Using his Zhen Qi like a blade, Yi Chun cut open the mud and took out the 3,000 years old blood sunflower. Tearing off a small petal, Yi Chun took a deep breath and swallowed it. He then sat cross-legged on the bed and started to refine the medicinal energy. 3 days passed, and a blood-golden aura appeared on Yi Chen's body. Strands of it were like ribbons. This was the sign of the excess medicinal energy leaking out. As expected of a 3,000 years old blood sunflower, I still underestimated its medicinal energy. Just a small petal was able to completely replenish my qi and blood, and even improve it to the next level. What a pity that some of the medicinal energy leaked out and was wasted. Opening his eyes, Yi Chun had a regretful expression on his face. If it were Su Jing, then this would not have happened. It seemed like he would have to find a chance to send some over. After 7 months of closed-door training, Su Jing's strength had already crossed the 100,000 pounds threshold, leaving Yi Chun far behind. Her qi and blood were so powerful that even astral-reaching realm warriors would not be able to compete with her. If it were not for the minor blood demon body separating great art, he would have given her all of it. However, although my qi and blood have been replenished, the side effects are not completely gone. The blood explosion great art is not just a little bit harmful to martial artists. Yi Chun was not in a hurry. Sometimes he would have to bear the consequences. It was something that could not be avoided. A lot of thoughts flashed through his mind as Yi Chun started to think about his own power. In terms of cultivation, he had reached the peak level of late clasping Yuan realm and was not far away from purifying Jin Yuan. It was a huge improvement, as his basic power would not be at a disadvantage for warriors below the astral reaching realm. In terms of martial arts, his Green Lotus sword spell had already reached the 10th level, and he had condensed 6 beams of Green Lotus sword chi in his body. Each beam was extremely powerful, and combined with his sword intent, he would be able to beat Yen Qihua and the others. Besides his cultivation and martial arts, the biggest breakthrough was his sword intent. Once the sword intent reached the late stage, each breakthrough would be extremely rare. As his sword intent reached the 80%, Yi Chun's overall power had increased drastically again. He already had the battling power to kill a peak-level early astral-reaching realm warrior, and he would be able to fight against a normal mid-astral-reaching realm warrior. Before, with his mysterious Zhen Yuan and 70% sword intent, Yi Chun might be able to tear apart the defense of a mid-astral-reaching realm warrior, but his opponent was not a block of wood that would let him attack. Therefore, if he encountered a mid-astral-reaching realm warrior, he would not have any chance of winning. Instead, the possibility of him dying would be very high. Although right now he might not be able to win against a mid-astral-reaching realm warrior, he would be able to fight against him for a while. My cultivation will not improve in a short period of time. My 80% sword intent has not stabilized yet. Right now, I will close up and train my Green Lotus sword spell. Yi Chun was very clear that the higher the cultivation realm, the earlier one could step into the Zhen Yuan refining stage, and the faster the refining process would be. Right now, what he lacked was nothing else but cultivation base. If his cultivation base had been at early astral reaching realm during the bloody battle with Taoist Jin Huang, he would have been able to fight for a long time, and Su Jing wouldn't have broken the bones in her arms, temporarily crippling her. Cultivation is the way to go. Nothing else can be relied on. Sighing, Yi Chun decided to continue his closed-up training. He would train his Green Lotus sword spell to a higher realm first. Once he had enough basic power, he would think about other things. Before his closed-up training, Yi Chun went to the Misty Peak to talk to Cloud Dreamer and Thunder Freer. The two were his seniors and had helped him a lot. In this bloody battle, it was also thanks to their help. Cloud Dreamer had almost exploded himself, so it would not be right if he did not greet them. Seeing Yi Chun recover so fast, Cloud Dreamer and Thunderfreer were very happy. They thought that it would take at least 1.5 years for Yi Chun to recover. Hearing that Yi Chun was going to continue his closed-up training, the two reminded him not to be too impatient because of the hatred in front of him. He needed to increase his power. Yi Chun told them not to worry. He had already planned for this closed-up training. In fact, if Jin Huang and Sikong Sheng had not come to the Sky Cloud Martial School, Yi Chun was planning to train for 1 year before coming out. Saying goodbye to the two, Yi Chun went to notify Su Jing and the rest before returning to the shocking Cloud Mountain and entering the training room inside the mountain. Chapter 306. His Green Lotus Sword spell had reached the 10th realm under the pressure, but it was not that simple. Sometimes, the breakthrough of a martial art required not only the comprehensive ability, but also the explosive power. When the explosive power had nowhere to go, it would naturally follow the best path. But of course, one could not expect to be this lucky every time. Most of the time, the breakthrough of a martial art would have to be done step by step, looking forward to the next 3 steps. Hoping for luck to come would be short-sighted after all. My body has almost recovered. Closing up should be no problem. The 3,000 years old blood sunflower was way too powerful. Even though he had lost a part of it, there was still a lot of it hidden deep inside his body, constantly nourishing his chi and blood. Right now, Yi Chen had to pay close attention to be able to sense some slight discomfort, which was slowly disappearing. Sitting on the stone platform with his legs crossed, he took out 2 mid-rank soul stones and held them in his hands, then closed his eyes. While Yi Chen was closing up, the Sky Cloud Martial School had started a big reorganization. This time, there were a lot of people who had run away from the Jin Huang incident. Among them, there were more than 1,000 outer disciples, 100 inner disciples, 50 outer masters, and 4 inner masters. Most of them had just joined the Sky Cloud Martial School, and they were not loyal enough yet. Therefore, Luo Xinglie decided to give those disciples a chance. They were still young after all, and their loyalty could be trained slowly. It was understandable that they would run away in a life and death situation. However, the elders who had run away would not be so lucky. If they lost this chance, they would never be able to join the Sky Cloud Martial School again. Especially the 4 inner masters, they had lived in the Sky Cloud Martial School for more than 10 years. Running away like this would make a lot of people feel ashamed. In the main hall, Luo Xinglie looked at Luo Hanshan and Zhu Mei, who were sitting in the middle of the hall. He cleared his throat and said, "Hanshan, Zhu Mei, you two have reached the Clasping Yuan realm for a long time. It is not suitable for you to continue being the core disciples. Right now, there are some vacancies for the inner masters. You have any objections?" The requirement to become an inner master in the Sky Cloud Martial School was relatively low. As long as one had proven his power, he or she could become an inner master as long as they were at the mid-Clasping Yuan realm. Although Luo Hanshan and Zhu Mei were only at the early Clasping Yuan realm, their battling power was at the same level as mid-Clasping Yuan realm warriors. Hanshan is fine. Zhu Mei has no objections either. Indeed, the two of them did not have any objections. Now that Yi Chen was a Grand Elder and Su Jing was a Core Elder, their statuses were extremely high. In formal occasions, they had to greet the two of them respectfully, which made them very uncomfortable. Now that they had become inner elders, the awkwardness was solved. HM, keep working hard. The Sky Cloud Martial School still needs you to survive. Yi Chen and Su Jing will most likely leave the Sky Cloud Martial School to train themselves. They will not be able to stay in the Sky Cloud Martial School for long. Luo Xinglie nodded. Lu Hanshan and Zhu Mei glanced at each other. A bitter smile appeared on their faces. It was not that they couldn't go out to train themselves, but in order to go to a bigger place, they would need to be qualified. For example, the Clasping Yuan realm martial artists of the Windy Nation would basically stay in the Windy Nation to train themselves in a small area. Very few of them would go to other nations, and the same was true for the martial artists of other nations. Normally, the weaker a martial artist was, the smaller the area he could train himself in. In order to break this rule, a martial artist would have to have an extremely great potential, which would allow him to grow stronger quickly in a dangerous situation. Otherwise, even if he was one step late, he would be in mortal danger. They were clearly aware of their own potential, and even if they could barely survive, it would still be very difficult for them to grow stronger quickly. Instead of risking their lives, they would rather stay in the Windy Nation and occasionally go to other nations to train themselves. All of the martial geniuses were like a group of fish swimming against the current. After a while, there would be a group of fish that would fall behind, and after a while, there would be another group that would fall behind. The ones who could actually swim to the top could be counted on one hand. Yi Chun and Su Jing were without a doubt the leaders of this group of fish. The distance between them was getting further and further, and eventually they were out of their sight. The mountain peak was steep and the wind was fierce. Su Jing, who was dressed in white, stood in the knife-like wind, wholeheartedly practicing her martial arts. Of course, since her arms were already crippled, it was impossible for her to practice fist arts. Instead, she practiced leg arts and lightness skills. It seemed to be caused by her personality and the martial arts she practiced. In the hands of Su Jing, any martial arts would become as powerful as a thunderbolt, full of power. Together with her slender and graceful figure, she gave people a unique feeling like a small white flower in the cold winter. The biting cold wind was kicked away by the sharp knife-like leg force, and the angular mountain peak was flattened. Su Jing's figure was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. When she was fast, she was like a shooting star, and when she was slow, she was like a floating paper crane. The combination of the two was quite harmonious, showing her extraordinary control over her body. Break. The leg force was like a knife. Su Jing's leg chopped down diagonally, hitting the edge of the mountain peak. With a cracking sound, a piece of the huge mountain peak was cut off. The cut surface was smooth and flat, and it was impossible to tell that it was caused by the leg force. Before he knew it, 2 months had passed, and Yi Chun was still in closed-up training. During this period of time, a few big things had happened in the Sky Cloud Martial School. The annual Inner Disciple ranking competition had just finished, and a lot of talented disciples had been discovered. The core disciples had increased from 20 to 30, and among them, 3 had reached the Clasping Yuan realm one after another. The reason they could reach the Clasping Yuan realm was more or less because of the Dragon Fountain Chi, but more importantly, it was because they had decided to fight against Jin Huang, which had affected them a lot. Every single one of them could feel that their will had been strengthened, and it was hard to be shaken. Shocking Cloud Mountain. Inside the spacious secret room, Yi Chun slowly let out a breath. The breath was like a stream of soft sword chi, shooting through the wall in front of him. I have reached the 11th realm of the Green Lotus Sword spell, and it took me even less time to reach the 8th realm from the 7th realm. According to Yi Chen's original estimation, reaching the 11th realm within half a year would already be very impressive. After the 10th realm of a top-rank Earth realm martial art, the next realm would get harder and harder to train. A lot of people would be stuck at the 10th realm for their entire lives, unable to make any progress. Some of the astral-reaching realm warriors who had trained top-rank Earth realm martial arts would only be stuck between the 12th and 13th realm, because in the later stages, it would not take a lot of time to make a breakthrough. It would require both luck and enlightenment. Sometimes, with a sudden inspiration, one might be able to make a breakthrough. The second his Green Lotus Sword spell broke through to the 11th realm, the 6 Green Lotus Zhenqi in his dantian slightly shook and had a qualitative change. The pinky-sized sword chi was like a small fish covered with a layer of sharp chi. The tip of the sword chi even seemed to be spitting out a cold light. That kind of spirituality and sharpness made even Yi Chun admire it. He could imagine how powerful the Green Lotus Sword chi would be when it reached the 13th realm. Cut! Pointing out his finger, The green lotus sword chi shot out of his finger along his meridians. It tore open a thin mark on the ground and eventually flashed through a stone pillar in the secret room. Without a sound, a complete black line appeared in the middle of the stone pillar. If it were not for the support of the stone pillar underneath, the top half of the pillar would have fallen off without a doubt. So sharp, the stone pillar and the sword chi did not even touch. Only the chi of the sword chi had swept through it, and it had already been cut in two. It was so silent. Yichen had seen it clearly. He secretly gasped. If the 11th realm of the green lotus sword chi was already this powerful, then the 13th realm would be even more powerful. No wonder the manual said that even if the green lotus sword spell was separated, it would still be the top of the top-rank Earth realm martial art, only one step away from reaching the next realm. Right now, I am already at the peak level late clasping Yuan realm, and I have been training the green lotus sword spell. I can reach the Zhen Yuan refining stage at any moment. I have to push my martial art and my cultivation to the next level. By then, my power will increase exponentially. Taking a deep breath, Yichen closed his eyes and sank into his training mode again. Time flew like water. For months had passed since Yichen went into closed-up training for the second time. The Sky Cloud Martial School had officially walked out of the big reorganization. Everyone was united, whether it was the core masters, the inner masters, the outer masters, the core disciples, the inner disciples, or the outer disciples. Everyone looked refreshed. Many of the warriors who came to visit the Sky Cloud Martial School could already feel that kind of unbreakable aura before they even got close to the Sky Cloud Martial School. They could not help but click their tongues. On this day, a group of outer disciples who had gone to the Silent Hills for the training had hurried up the mountain with blood stains all over their bodies. What's wrong? What happened? An inner court disciple stopped them and asked with a frown. The leading outer disciple breathed heavily and said, "Not good. The number of beasts in the Silent Hills has increased a lot. Some of them have never been seen before. They are very different from normal beasts. We were attacked by a group of low-rank beasts when we just got in. 9 of us were killed. 9 people died. Let's go. I will take you to the main palace. You need to tell the leader and all the masters about the details. This is very important. We cannot afford to be careless." The Silent Hills had always been the training place for the outer disciples. The inner disciples would occasionally go there to look for some medicines as well. However, there had never been a situation where 9 disciples had died at once. 1 or 2 deaths in a couple of months was already the limit. After the group of outer disciples arrived at the main palace and told the leaders of the Sky Cloud Martial School what had happened, Luo Xinglia frowned a little and thought to himself, the outer part of the Silent Hills is not that dangerous. There are only 1 or 2 rank 7 beasts in the deeper part of the hills. This is very strange. The deepest part of the Silent Hills was listed as a forbidden area by the Sky Cloud Martial School. Everyone in the Sky Cloud Martial School knew about it. However, after this incident, the entire Silent Hills would probably be listed as a forbidden area. They would lose a great training place. The headmaster of the Sky Cloud Martial School suggested, "Leader, we should inform the great master first." Luo Xinglia nodded. "You go and gather everyone in the plaza. Tell them not to go to the Silent Hills for a while. We will talk about it after we know the result." "Yes, Cloud Dreaming Peak." After hearing Luo Xinglia's words, Cloud Dreamer exchanged a look with Thunder Freer. "Brother Thunder, you help me take care of the Sky Cloud Martial School. I will go to the Silent Hills to check it out." "Do you want me to go with you?" "No need. Yi Chun is in closed-door training right now. He cannot be disturbed. The Sky Cloud Martial School needs someone to take care of it. Plus, I am quite familiar with the Silent Hills. If anything happens, I will come back immediately. Even a top rank 7 beast would not be able to stop me. All right then. You be careful. Thunder Freer knew about Cloud Dreamer's flying art. Although Cloud Dreamer was not as fast as him in a straight line, he was much better than him in other aspects. Chapter 307. On the main plaza, the headmaster saw that almost everyone had arrived, so he told everyone about what had happened in the Silent Hills. He then ordered everyone not to step into the Silent Hills and wait for the result of the investigation. What? 9 outer disciples had died in the outer area of the Silent Hills, and it was all at once. What had happened? The Silent Hills is not that far from the Sky Cloud Martial School. This year has been quite an eventful one for our Sky Cloud Martial School. What are you afraid of? It is only a beast. I hope the leader will gather us to hunt the beasts in the Silent Hills. It has been a long time since we last got some exercise. Don't be too confident. There are 1 or 2 rank 7 beasts in the deepest part of the Silent Hills. One of them is confirmed to be the ghost face demonic cow. As for the other one, no one knows for sure. Some say it is a rank 6 tyrant beast, while others say it is a rank 7 beast. 2 rank 7 beasts. It is indeed tricky. Fortunately, we have 2 peak level early astral reaching realm warriors, and I should call him the Great Master. Everyone was discussing, curious about what had happened in the Silent Hills. All right, everyone disperse. Remember, without orders, no one is allowed to come close or enter the Silent Hills. Otherwise, even if you do not die, you will be punished according to the school rules. The headmaster waved his hand, signaling everyone to disperse. Shoo! Right then, a white shadow flew into the sky from the cloud mountain, disappearing into the clouds. The headmaster could see it clearly. It was indeed the Great Master, Cloud Dreamer. Great Master, are you going to the Silent Hills? I wonder what the result will be. One day later, Cloud Dreamer had returned. His face was expressionless, and no one could tell anything from his expression. On the Cloud Mountain, Thunderfreer asked, Cloud Dreamer, did anything happen in the Silent Hills? I fought with the rank 7 ghost face demonic cow. This demonic cow is much more powerful than it was 10 years ago. The good thing was that the problem was not with it. Otherwise, even if you and I fought together, we might not be able to kill it. At most, we would only be able to push it back. Cloud Dreamer sat on the stone bench and took a sip of tea. You only fought with the demon-faced bull and didn't do anything else? Cloud Dreamer looked a bit serious. I don't know if it is my illusion, but half of the Silent Hills is covered by a layer of black chi. I think it is the reason why the beasts from other places are gathering here and going crazy. Unfortunately, we haven't found the source of the black chi yet. Plus, I might not be able to handle it by myself. Black aura, strange. Thunderfreer thought for a while and said, I'll go check it out tomorrow. Maybe I can find the source of the black chi. All right, let's take turns. When Yichen comes out of seclusion, we'll work together to search for him. After a month, Thunderfreer and Cloud Dreamer took turns to enter the Silent Hills to search for the source of the black chi. However, the chi was very uniform, and they couldn't tell where it was thicker. They couldn't find anything. Gradually, they started to get anxious. Recently, the beasts from the outer area of the Silent Hills had been attacking the villages and towns nearby. As the real ruler of the area within 10,000 miles, the Sky Cloud Martial School had the responsibility to protect them. If the area under their control was not safe, then where would the Sky Cloud Martial School's reputation go? Remember, although our Sky Cloud Martial School is one of the top 5 martial institutions, do not bully or look down on the disciples of other martial institutions or families. Anyone who breaks the rules will be punished. You hear me? On the main plaza, the top management of the Sky Cloud Martial School had a serious look on their faces. This incident was classified as a small area beast wave incident. Although it was not as big as a small beast wave, they still couldn't be careless. They had already notified all the leaders of the big cities within 10,000 miles, the leaders of all the big families, and some of the leaders of the non-ranked martial institutions. They were going to form an alliance army to kill more and more beasts and protect the safety of the ordinary people. Understood. After the incident with Jin Huang, everyone was not afraid of this small area beast wave. Instead, they were a bit excited and wanted to go there immediately. Within a blink of an eye, another month had passed. During this month, everyone from the Sky Cloud Martial School had had a very fulfilling life. Every day, there would be a huge amount of beasts walking out of the silent hills, attacking villages and towns. The people from the Sky Cloud Martial School, who were guarding the villages and towns, would join hands with the people from other forces in the nearby areas to kill the beasts. Cloud Dreamer and Thunder Freer took turns to patrol the battlefield. Of course, they did not join the battle, since the small area beast wave was not that dangerous. For warriors, it was a great training opportunity. Sometimes there would even be a situation where there were not enough beasts to kill, and people would fight for the beasts. Seeing this, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, it was still under control. Maybe it was because of some reason that the number of beasts had increased and turned violent. Seriously speaking, this was not a beast wave. A real beast wave, even if it was a small one, was extremely dangerous. Every time it appeared, there would be a lot of casualties. It would not be like this, where everyone was fighting for the beasts. In a city near the Silent Hills, Cloud Dreamer smiled. The black chi was indeed strange, but as long as it was not too dangerous, he would have time to deal with it. In the afternoon, a horrifying roar suddenly came from the outer area of the Silent Hills. Then, the sky turned dark, and dark clouds appeared, covering the sun and the sky. Ghost-faced demonic cow. No, it is another rank 7 beast. Cloud Dreamer's heart slightly tightened. His Zhen Yuan was ready to explode, ready to burn at any second. After a while, 100-meter-long, jet-black, giant snake slithered over at an extreme speed. Its body was covered with palm-sized black scales, and there was a curved horn on its head. There was a black chi flowing on that horn, which had stimulated the beasts nearby to become even crazier. Black chi. It is the sky demon snake. Cloud Dreamer looked a bit bad. The sky demon snake's defense was extremely powerful, and it was almost invincible among the beasts at the same rank. If it were a rank 6 sky demon snake, then it would be the tyrant of the rank 6 beasts, which would be even more powerful than the wind beast. If it were a rank 7 beast, then it would be the tyrant of the rank 7 beasts. According to the rumors, the sky demon snake had the bloodline of the ancient beast, the demon dragon. Once it reached rank 7, it would be able to breathe out a black flame that was similar to a dragon's breath, which could burn everything. It was extremely horrifying. Even peak-level, mid-astral reaching realm warriors would have a headache facing it. The sky demon snake straightened up half of its body, opening its mouth and shooting out a bucket-thick dark light at Cloud Dreamer. On its way, the trees were shattered, and the ground cracked open, leaving behind a deep ravine. Open, burning his Zhen Yuan, a sword appeared in his hand. Cloud Dreamer threw out a sword attack at the dark light. As for dodging, he did not even think about it, since there were hundreds of thousands of people in the city behind him. Boom! The dark light had been shattered, and Cloud Dreamer was blown dozens of meters away in the air. The sky demon snake stared at Cloud Dreamer with its vertical pupils. As it flicked its tongue, A black flame spread out, burning the air and turning it into a vacuum world. I did not expect that there would be such a rare sky demon snake in the Silent Hills. This snake must have reached rank 7 recently. Otherwise, it would be impossible for me not to notice it. The sky demon snake was born as a rank 5 beast, and it would grow into a rank 6 beast when it was young. During its growth period, it would become a rank 7 beast, and when it matured, it would become a rank 8 beast. Different from the normal beasts, once it reached its growth period, it would become extremely bloodthirsty and brutal. Wherever it went, blood would flow like a river. It was extremely aggressive, and it was born with the demonic nature, just like the ancient demon dragon, which was the symbol of killing and bloodthirst. I cannot handle a rank 7 sky demon snake, and I cannot save the city by myself. It seems like I will have to join hands with Brother Lay. It was an emergency situation, so Cloud Dreamer planned to lure the sky demon snake to a place not far away from the Sky Cloud Martial School. By then, Thunder Freer would definitely notice. Once he arrived, the two of them would be able to stall the sky demon snake for a while. Of course, Cloud Dreamer had other plans as well. Yi Chen had been in closed-up training for 6 months, and his power must have improved. If the three of them joined hands, there was still a chance for them to beat the sky demon snake back. Right now, it was the only choice they could make. Cloud-shattering sky cut. Thinking about that, Cloud Dreamer yelled out as he poured his burning Zhen Yuan into his great sword. He threw out an arc-shaped sword chi. Boom! The sword chi was bounced off by the sky demon snake's scales, only leaving a small crack on it. Cloud Dreamer was secretly happy seeing that. This sky demon snake had just leveled up not long ago, so its defense was not that powerful. That way, they would have a higher chance of winning. The sky demon snake was furious and started to approach Cloud Dreamer. Cloud Dreamer kept fighting and backing out at the same time, gradually leaving that area. Hundreds of miles later, wherever the man and beast went, everything was in a mess. A lot of mountains had collapsed, and rivers had stopped flowing. From the beginning to the end, the sky demon snake had not spat out any black flame. It seemed like it had just reached rank 7 not long ago, so there was not much black flame left. All right, this is the place. Dozens of miles behind him was the Sky Cloud Martial School. Cloud Dreamer stopped moving and started to fight with the sky demon snake. The sword chi and the dark light were everywhere. Shoo! Cloud Dreamer was too agile. The sky demon snake obviously had the upper hand, but it still could not hit him within a short period of time. The sky demon snake rolled its eyes and opened its mouth again, shooting out a huge wave of black flame towards Cloud Dreamer's direction. The flame seemed to be alive, blocking all of Cloud Dreamer's escape routes. Cloud Dragon, 9 turns. Twisting his body, Cloud Dreamer flashed 8 times before he managed to escape from the black flame. However, the long robe on his body had been brushed by the black flame and started to burn. Cloud Dreamer made a quick decision and cut off the burning long robe. The black flame could burn anything. Even if it was not dead, it would be crippled. The man and the beast were making too much noise. Thunder Freer, who was in the Sky Cloud Martial School, had sensed Cloud Dreamer's chi. His expression changed, and he flew out without saying a word. From afar, Thunder Freer saw the massive sky demon snake. He performed his sky demon great art, burning his Zhen Yuan and forming the sky thunder battle armor outside his body. Cloud Dreamer, let me help you. All right, be careful of its black flame. Shocking Cloud Mountain. Sitting on the stone platform, Yi Chen let out a breath. This time, the chi was even more intense than the last time. It went through the secret room directly and reached the edge of the mountain. It has been 6 months. I am afraid it will be hard to reach the 13th level in a short period of time. but it should be enough. With my current power, I will no longer need to be afraid of mid-astral reaching realm warriors. Standing up, Yi Chun waved his hand, and the door of the secret room opened. His body flashed, disappearing within a blink of an eye. Chapter 308. Boom. Dozens of miles away from the Sky Cloud Martial School, the ground started to shake. Countless mountains were either pierced through by the dark light, cut down by the sword Qi, or directly shattered into pieces. The battle between two peak-level early astral reaching realm warriors and a rank 7 beast sky demon snake was extremely horrifying. Sky Thunder Strike. The Thunder Orb had accumulated enough thunder element Zhen Qi. Thunder Freer yelled loudly as he controlled the Thunder Orb to shoot out arm-sized thunder and lightning towards the sky demon snake. The thunder and lightning were like spears, leaving finger-sized cracks on the sky demon snake's scales. Tiny electric arcs kept flashing in the air. With the addition of Thunder Freer, Cloud Dreamer felt a lot more relaxed. However, up until now, the two of them could not do anything to the Sky Demon Snake's defense. Although the Sky Demon Snake had just leveled up, and it had not fully activated all of its potential as a rank 7 beast, the Demon Dragon bloodline was not a normal ancient beast bloodline. As its level increased, the Demon Dragon bloodline would bring more and more benefits. Right now, the Sky Demon Snake was almost at the same level as a rank 7 Tyrant beast. Given some time, it would definitely surpass most of the rank 7 Tyrant beasts. Cloud Dreamer, we can't. Even if we both attack with all of our power, we would not be able to break through its defense. Thunder Freer forced a smile. The Sky Demon Snake was only a small beast among the rank 7 snake-type beasts. However, compared to human beings, its hundreds of meters long body was already extremely huge. The tiny cracks on its scales would not be able to do any damage to it, unless they could break through its defense with one attack and get inside. After cutting down the head of the Sky Demon Snake, Cloud Dreamer flashed to the side and said while gasping for air, it would be impossible to break through its defense with one attack. We would have to attack a certain spot multiple times to hurt it. All right then, you give me a chance. Let me see if my Sky Thunder Strike can hurt it. The Sky Thunder Strike was Thunder Freer's most powerful ace attack. However, it was rarely used in battles because it would take a long time to charge up and consume a lot of Zhenyuan. Basically, Thunder Freer could only perform it 2 or 3 times at his peak, and each attack would consume more than 30% of his Zhenyuan. On the other hand, the destructive power of the Sky Thunder Strike was extremely horrifying. It was a powerful ace attack that sacrificed all the other advantages. After a while, under Cloud Dreamer's control, Thunder Freer threw out a Sky Thunder Strike towards the Sky Demon Snake's neck. Kacha! The Sky Demon Snake's neck had the most cracks. After that attack, the scales had finally cracked open. The lightning poured into the wound like a spear and exploded the Sky Demon Snake. Hissing into the sky, the Sky Demon Snake's body twisted together in pain. Like an earthworm that had just left the ground, it curled up and kept rolling. Of course, this kind of attack would not be able to wound it badly. It was only a flesh wound, but the pain was still very real. Whew! In its fury, the Sky Demon Snake did not care about anything else. It opened its mouth and spat out a huge amount of black flame towards the two of them. The flame was ferocious like waves, covering the entire sky. Retreat! Cloud Dreamer and Thunder Freer turned around and flew away, increasing their speed to the limit. The fierce black flame followed, closely behind them, less than 10 meters away from them. Green Lotus Sky. At this moment, a silhouette appeared on the side of the mountain peak. The silhouette reached the peak and swung his sword at the black flames. The void was frozen, and it was as calm as a lake. Numerous green lotuses formed by sharp airflows, bloomed in the air, spreading out at an extremely fast speed and enveloping the black flames. Shoo! The power of the black flame was extremely horrifying. Pieces of green lotuses had been burned into ashes, and the peaceful void had been shaken up. Cracks had appeared in the vacuum space. However, after that, the power of the black flame had been completely removed. It could only keep burning. Yi Chun, a joyful expression, flashed through Cloud Dreamer's face. His body flashed once, and Yi Chun appeared right next to the two. Senior Cloud Dreamer, Thunder Freer, what is going on? Right then, Cloud Dreamer told Yi Chun everything that had happened. Yi Chun glanced at the Sky Demon Snake. This is the Sky Demon Snake? It is indeed tricky. If we do not get it out of the Silent Hills, it will always be a problem. He had heard about the Sky Demon Snake before. This kind of rank 7 beast, with the bloodline of the demon dragon, was extremely hard to kill. It had an unbelievably powerful life force. Although Yi Chun's power had increased drastically, and he could even fight against mid-astral reaching realm warriors, he was still far from being able to kill the Sky Demon Snake. Yi Chun, you have been in closed-up training for 6 months. What realm have you reached? Thunder Freer could not help but ask after seeing that the sword attack of Yi Chun was even more powerful than 6 months ago. It could almost trap an early astral reaching realm warrior who was burning his Zhen Qi to death. Yi Chun smiled lightly. The Zhen Qi inside his body started to circulate. Bits of broken light appeared on his protective Zhen Qi layer, which looked like precious stones and diamonds at the same time. They were crystal clear and extremely condensed. Because of the martial art, these broken light gave people an extremely sharp feeling. Half-step Zhen Yuan. You have reached the level where you can purify Zhen Yuan. Cloud Dreamer and Thunder Freer's eyes brightened. Yi Chun was different from them. They were battling with their cultivation and were not that outstanding in other aspects. However, Yi Chun was top of the top in other aspects besides his cultivation. Therefore, even if there was only a slight breakthrough in his cultivation, his battling power would increase tremendously. Yi Chun said, "Right now, I am in the first Zhen Yuan purification stage, but I have not finished it yet. Training a top-rank Earth realm martial art would require 2 Zhen Yuan purification stages. Right now, it was Yi Chun's first Zhen Yuan purification process. Judging on cultivation, he was still a bit weaker than Sikong Sheng. But soon, after the first Zhen Yuan purification, there would be no difference between him and Sikong Sheng in terms of cultivation. Among the young generation of the South River region, he would be at the top in every aspect. Cloud Dreamer was overjoyed. Great! As long as you enter the Zhen Yuan purification stage, you will not be far from reaching the astral reaching realm. By then, as long as late astral reaching realm warriors do not show up, no one would be able to compete with you. Before, the Sky Cloud Martial School was just normal and would not attract any attention. But now, the Sky Cloud Martial School had an endless amount of luck, which would make people jealous. Just him and Thunder Freer alone would not be enough. This time, if it were not for the powerful warriors who had come to save them, the Sky Cloud Martial School would have been destroyed already. Therefore, Yi Chun's improvement had greatly reduced the pressure on him. Senior Cloud Dreamer, don't worry. That day will not be far away. The higher the realm of the martial arts, the shorter the Zhen Yuan purification time would be. In 6 months, Yi Chun had trained his Green Lotus Sword spell to the 12th realm. He believed that after the first Zhen Yuan purification, it would be able to reach the 13th realm, and the second Zhen Yuan purification time would be much shorter. As for what Thunder Freer had said before, even with a top-rank Earth realm martial art, it would still take 3 to 4 years to reach the astral reaching realm. It was because he did not think that many people would be able to train their martial arts beyond the 10th realm at the clasping Yuan realm. not to mention Yi Chen's 12th realm. Plus, the Green Lotus sword spell was almost a Heaven Realm martial art, so 3 to 4 years was obviously not needed. Roar! The sky demon snake recovered from the pain and shot out a bucket-thick dark light towards Yi Chen. The dark light split open the air, creating a vacuum tunnel. Cut! The sky-shattering cloud sword movement operated according to the poetic perspective of thunder and clouds. Yi Chen held his sword with both of his hands, throwing out a sword attack towards the dark light. Swoosh! The dark light was split into two, shooting through 2 mountains on the left and right respectively. Be careful of its black flame. Do not touch it. Cloud Dreamer reminded. Yi Chen nodded. This sky demon snake was not as scary as the rumors said it to be. It should be, because it had just reached the next level. However, its battling power was obviously at the mid-astral reaching realm, and its defense had reached the rank 7 Tyrant beast level. Normal mid-astral reaching realm warriors would have to run for their lives if they ran into it. However, Yi Chen was confident that he could beat it back. During the competitions of the Hidden Dragon rank, he had trained a high-rank Earth realm martial art, the mysterious Great Art. Although it was not as powerful in other aspects, his battling power was already equivalent to a normal early astral reaching realm warrior. Right now, he had entered the Zhen Yuan refining stage. Without using the minor blood demon body separating Great Art, he would be able to compete with early astral reaching realm warriors who were burning their Zhen Yuan. Once he used it, his battling power would reach beyond the early astral reaching realm and reach the mid-astral reaching realm. Of course, if a mid-astral reaching realm warrior were to burn his Zhen Yuan, it would still be quite horrifying. Yi Chen's battling power was still below average. He would not be able to compete with the older mid-astral reaching realm warriors like the Black Crow Man. He could only fight against normal mid-astral reaching realm warriors. Once he reached the astral reaching realm, everything would be clear. He would truly not be afraid of mid-astral reaching realm warriors. As long as a late astral reaching realm warrior did not show up, there would not be many people who could do anything to him, including some of the freakishly powerful mid-astral reaching realm warriors. Who? Seeing that the dark light could not do anything to Yi Chen, the sky demon snake did not plan to shoot out that extremely hard-to-form black flame. Instead, it slightly lowered its head, and a black light appeared on its horn, shaking the entire space. Boom! A pile of black chi flow poured out of its horn, eventually turning into a demonic dragon chi flow, attacking towards Yi Chen. Blood demon body separation. The blood-red half-step Zhen Yuan shot out into the sky, and Yi Chen's aura increased drastically. Judging from his appearance alone, he looked even more horrifying than an early astral reaching realm warrior. Along with his aura, there was also a sword intent that had spread out in the air. The sword intent had been condensed into one beam, which was even more threatening. He did not perform his kill heart sword attack. Although it was more horrifying than the first ace attack of the Green Lotus sword art, it was under the premise that he could not perform his minor blood demon body separation Great Art. Therefore, he would only be able to perform 80% of its power. Therefore, it was not as powerful as the second half of the Green Lotus Sky, Green Lotus accumulation. Shoo! A fist-sized green Lotus shot out along with Yi Chen's attack. It drew a thin black line in the air, landing heavily on that demonic dragon chi flow. The demonic dragon chi flow roared into the sky, opening its mouth to bite the Green Lotus, wanting to swallow it whole. Pooh! The demonic dragon chi flow had been pierced through completely, and the Green Lotus came out from its tail. The remaining power did not disappear, blowing the sky demon snake back into the air and shattering a mountain. After shattering the demonic dragon chi flow, with one punch, Yi Chen chased after it. His mysterious Zhen Yuan, which had already been converted by half into green lotus Zhen Yuan, poured into his star scar sword through his meridians. Cut! While the iron was still hot, Yi Chen threw out his most powerful ace attack to the sky demon snake, not giving it any chance to fight back. Chapter 309. Yi Chen's green lotus accumulation did not do much damage to the sky demon snake, which was only equivalent to a normal attack from a mid-astral reaching realm warrior. But once he had activated his mysterious Zhen Yuan, Yi Chen's attacking power had increased drastically, reaching the peak level of mid-astral reaching realm. With one attack, the sky demon snake's huge body had been pushed into the ground directly. Blood spurted out like a fountain, dyeing the collapsed mountain red. There is still a trace of Zhen Yuan in the Zhen Qi spiral, which is the seed to regenerate a drop of Zhen Yuan. It would take me 3 days to do that. If I cannot beat it, then I will have to fight it again after 3 days. I do not believe that it would be able to recover within 3 days. Before, it would take Yi Chen at least half a month to regenerate a drop of Zhen Yuan. But after entering the Zhen Yuan refining stage, it would only take him 3 days. In other words, every 3 days, he would be able to perform a Zhen Yuan attack. Boom! The ground cracked open as the sky demon snake crawled out from the ground. There was a long and narrow sword mark on its forehead, with blood pouring out of it. What a powerful defense! I am afraid that even late astral reaching realm warriors would not be able to kill it easily. That attack just now was already Yi Chen's limit, since it did not want to back out. Then they would have to work together and force it back into the Silent Hills. Let's do it together. If there are too many wounds on the skin, it would cause internal injuries as well. With the help of Yi Chen, Cloud Dreamer did not think it would be that hard to beat back the sky demon snake. With the 3 of them working together, it would be more than enough to suppress it. All right, let's do it together. Thunder Freer was accumulating the Zhen Yuan for his Sky Thunder attack. After a while, the sky demon snake finally decided to back out. Its upper body had been attacked by the 3 of them together, and there was almost no place left unscathed. It was covered with sword marks and burn marks. Plus, it had been losing blood for a long time, which had consumed a lot of its energy. It was not as powerful as before, and it was getting more and more tired. As the sky demon snake backed out, the 3 of them followed right behind it, watching it escape into the Silent Hills. Outside of the Silent Hills, Cloud Dreamer and Thunder Freer had stopped burning their Zhen Yuan and were gasping for air. Burning Zhen Yuan was a heavy burden for astral-reaching realm warriors. Each time they burned their Zhen Yuan, they would need to spend a lot of time to recover. If the burning time was too long, they would also need to use great medicines to nourish their meridians and flesh. Otherwise, after a long period of time, it would be hard for them to train. Compared to them, Yi Chen was much more relaxed. The medicinal power of the 3,000-year-old blood sunflower was too strong. Now, he did not even need to deliberately swallow the blood sunflower. The medicinal power of the blood sunflower hidden in his body would automatically nourish his qi and blood. And with the continuous consumption and replenishment, Yi Chen's qi and blood were clearly much more vigorous. Compared to 6 months ago, there was a huge improvement. As for the side effects of performing the minor blood demon body separating great art, it had also disappeared, since the medicinal power of the blood sunflower was constantly nourishing Yi Chen's body. No matter how many side effects there were, they would all be gone and would not affect Yi Chen at all. The blood sunflower that was less than 1,000 years old would have 3 petals, and the 3,000-year-old one would have 9 petals. Before, I had only swallowed a small half of the petals, and it already had such a lasting effect. There are still 8 petals left, which should be enough for me to use for a long time. sending 2 or 3 petals to Su Jing should be fine. Although Su Jing had a slim body, and her bones were not that thick, her qi and blood were at least 3 times more powerful than Yi Chen's. As long as she did not run out of qi and blood, her physical strength and wounds would be able to recover very quickly. If she ran into a powerful opponent, she would be able to slowly kill him. In the future, when she traveled across the true spirit continent, she would be able to protect herself. Watching the sky demon snake disappear into the silent hills, Cloud Dreamer turned around and said to Yi Chun and Thunder Freer, "In the coming days, the Sky Cloud Martial School will not be peaceful. Let's go back and heal our bodies first, and get ready to fight the sky demon snake until we drive it out of the Windy Nation." "That's the only way." Thunder Freer nodded. Yi Chun then said, "In about 3 days, I will be able to recover 1 drop of Zhenyuan in my body. After that, I will go and find it every 3 days, until it dies." The sky demon snake's defense was way too powerful. When it used its Zhenyuan attack, Yi Chen's attacking power was at least 2 to 3 times more powerful than his Sky Thunder attack. However, it could only slightly wound the sky demon snake, and could not severely wound it. Of course, compared to Thunder Freer and Cloud Dreamer, Yi Chen's attacking power was already quite powerful. After all, the 2 of them had been fighting against the sky demon snake for a long time, and they had only managed to injure it a little. If it were not for Yi Chen, the 2 of them would not be able to do anything to the sky demon snake, and would instead be killed by it. Recovering 1 drop of Zhenyuan in 3 days. So fast! Cloud Dreamer was shocked. He had read the mysterious great art manual that Yi Chun had left behind, but until now, no one had trained it to the 11th level. Only Yi Chun had reached this level. However, according to his understanding, it would take a long time to condense 1 drop of Zhenyuan. The fact that Yi Chun was able to condense 1 drop of Zhenyuan in 3 days was probably related to his cultivation and the level of his martial art. Yi Chun nodded and asked, "Who else in the martial school has trained the mysterious great art?" "There are quite a lot of people who have trained it. There is 1 core master for inner masters and 1 core disciple, but only the core master, Master Wu, has trained it to the 9th level. The rest of them are all below the 8th level." "Oh, I see." Yi Chun said, "I have a lot of knowledge about the mysterious great art. I know every breakthrough method, like the back of my hand. If they have time, let them come to my shocking cloud mountain tomorrow. I will teach them personally. If they can train it to the 11th level at the Clasping Yuan realm, then their extreme battling power will increase drastically." "That would be great. You train everything fast, and the breakthrough method is without a doubt the best. With your guidance, they would be able to save a lot of time and effort." Cloud Dreamer stroked his beard, his face full of smiles. The mysterious great art did not have much of an effect on astral-reaching realm warriors, since all they had was Zhenyuan inside their bodies, and they did not need to condense it. However, for Clasping Yuan realm warriors, 1 drop of Zhenyuan could increase their extreme attacking power drastically. Even if they could not handle a single attack from an astral-reaching realm warrior, they would at least be able to kill a powerful peak-level late Clasping Yuan realm warrior. Covering the 10,000 miles radius of the Sky Cloud Martial School, the Beast Wave did not have much of a destructive power. Many of the powerful parties were even a bit happy, since the more beasts there were, the more opportunities for their disciples to train. For this reason, all of the powerful parties had come together and made a rule that they could get rewards based on the number of beasts they had killed in order to stimulate everyone's enthusiasm. After looking around for a while, the 3 realized that the Allied army had the situation under control, and they did not need to worry about it, so they went back to the Sky Cloud Martial School. The second day, on the shocking Cloud Mountain, "Master Yi, I have trained the mysterious great art for more than 2 years, but I have been stuck at the 9th level. I cannot make a breakthrough." Inside the great master's palace, the core master, Master Wu, cupped his fists and bowed to Yi Chun, then told him about his problem. Yi Chun said, "You try to activate your martial art. Let me have a look." "Yes." Master Wu took a deep breath. The Zhen Qi inside his body was activated according to the 9th level of the mysterious great art. After scanning with his soul power, Yi Chun found out the problem and said, "The main point of the mysterious great art is to condense. Your Zhen Qi has a tendency to scatter. In this way, even if you have 3 to 5 years, you might not be able to make a breakthrough to the 10th level, not to mention the 11th level." Immediately, Yi Chun told Master Wu the details of the breakthrough method. Because of his powerful soul power, he was able to see the problem in detail. Master Wu could understand it easily and could not help but thank him again and again. He was very impressed by Yi Chun. Following that, the 4 inner court elders also came over one by one to lay out their questions. After the 4 left, the only core disciple who had trained the mysterious great art, Jingju, walked in. Yi Chun was not surprised at all. After the incident with Jin Huang, there were 2 more core disciples who had reached the clasping yuan realm. One was Blood Shadow Blade Meng Chong, and the other was indeed Jingju. Only clasping yuan realm warriors could have the right to train the top martial arts of the martial school. In the beginning, when Yi Chun had just risen, Jingju was ranked 4th among the core disciples. He was cold and had a rich battling experience, so it was reasonable for him to reach the clasping yuan realm first. In a couple of months, Jingju had already reached the 4th level of the mysterious great art. He wanted to improve faster, so he came to the shocking cloud mountain where Yi Chun was. It was not easy to reach the 5th level from the 4th level, but with Yi Chun's guidance, it could at least shorten the time. Jingju was also a martial genius in the Sky Cloud Martial School, so he could spend even less time. After Jingju left, Yi Chun closed the door of the great master's palace and headed to Su Jing's mountain. On top of the mountain, Su Jing was practicing her leg art. Yi Chun watched quietly for a while, then nodded silently. Su Jing's talent was only second to him in the Sky Cloud Martial School, and even in the entire Windy Nation, she was only second to him. Her understanding of martial arts could not be compared to normal people at all. Even Yi Chun could not see any flaws in her martial arts. "You are here." It was like there was a layer of membrane between the two, and without breaking it, Su Jing was always a bit shy when she saw Yi Chun. She was not as straightforward and calm as she used to be. Right now, they were more like friends than friends, and more like lovers. It was not quite accurate to say that they were lovers, since neither of them had expressed their feelings for each other clearly. Yi Chun thought that it was enough for them to maintain their current relationship. Yi Chun smiled. He took out 3 petals of the blood sunflower and a bottle of medicine. He said, "These petals are 3,000 years old blood sunflower petals. The medicine is 10 times more effective than 1,000 years old blood sunflower. This medicine can preserve the life of the petals, and it will be very helpful for your body training." "What about you?" Su Jing knew that Yi Chun's minor blood demon body separating great art was very dangerous, and it would require even more spirit medicines than her. Yi Chun said, "I still have some here. It should be enough for a long time." Hearing him, Su Jing did not reject anymore, but the blush on her face was even more obvious. The two chatted for a while in the core master palace. When the sky was getting dark, Yi Chun returned to the shocking cloud mountain and continued to figure out the method to break through the 13th level of the Green Lotus Sword spell. After 3 days, Yi Chun ran to the Silent Hills alone, trying to find the Sky Demon Snake. The Sky Demon Snake had been hiding quite well, hiding underground. No wonder it had not been discovered for so many years. Unfortunately, it had run into Yi Chun. Following the direction of the black chi, Yi Chun arrived at the general area. He then scanned with his soul power, and the sky demon snake's tracks were immediately exposed. Without any hesitation, Yi Chun performed his minor blood demon body separating great art and fought with the sky demon snake that had not fully recovered yet. In the end, he pushed his Zhen Yuan and gave it a brutal attack before leaving. The sky demon snake had been beaten by Yi Chun until it had lost its temper. It had toned down a lot and did not dare to walk out of the Silent Hills. However, since it had inherited a lot of the bloodline of the demon dragon, it would not be able to vent its desire without killing. Therefore, it could only vent its anger on other beasts. Just like that, Yi Chun came once every 3 days and left right after the fight. Soon, another 2 months had passed. He was not far away from breaking through the 13th level of the Green Lotus Sword spell, and the first Zhen Yuan purification was also coming to an end. By then, his battling power would reach the next level. However, the recovery speed of the Sky Demon Snake was a bit out of Yi Chen's expectation. Although every time he went, the Sky Demon Snake would get even more wounded, it was still able to maintain the situation. Yi Chen suspected that there must be something that could speed up the Sky Demon Snake's recovery. Perhaps it was also the main reason why it could reach rank 7. If he did not find that thing, then the battle would not be finished in a short time, and it would become a long battle. Chapter 3:10. Inside the training room, Yi Chen sat on top of the stone platform with his legs crossed. The half-step Zhen Yuan inside his body was vibrating at a slight frequency. Each time it vibrated, the impurities inside the half-step Zhen Yuan would decrease a bit. Correspondingly, the total amount of half-step Zhen Yuan would decrease as well, but it was still not as much as when he had just reached late clasping Yuan realm. Of course, although the amount of half-step Zhen Yuan had decreased, as the quality increased, his battling power would still increase. After a long while, the vibration disappeared. Bits of broken light shone out of Yi Chen's body, which took up almost half of his total. It meant that the first Zhen Yuan purification had finished, and what he had right now was the true half-step Zhen Yuan, which was still weaker than before. The first Zhen Yuan purification has finished. There will still be some time before I can start the second one. But by then, I should have reached the 13th realm of the Green Lotus Sword spell. Letting out a sharp breath, Yi Chen's body released the aura of a powerful warrior. It was weaker than an astral-reaching realm warrior, but obviously different from the aura of a clasping Yuan realm warrior. Standing up, Yi Chen waved his fist. The fist that contained half-step Zhen Yuan tore apart the air, creating an ear-piercing sound. Before, when I was still weak, there was a huge gap between my normal attacking power and my extreme attacking power. But now, the gap is shrinking. Once I finish the second Zhen Yuan purification, my whole body will be filled with Zhen Yuan, and then there will be no extreme attacking power anymore. Burning my Zhen Yuan will be the extreme attacking power. Just half-step Zhen Yuan had already made Yi Chen feel what it meant to be powerful. Every inch of his body had been refined by the half-step Zhen Yuan, and it had become extra tough. He could imagine how powerful his body would be after he reached the astral-reaching realm. It would also explain why astral-reaching realm warriors could burn their Zhen Yuan, since burning their Zhen Yuan would increase their battling power, which would be even more powerful than the minor blood demon body separating great art. Without a powerful body, one would not be able to handle it. Thinking of this, Yi Chen suddenly understood how terrifying a body-forging cultivation method was. Body-forging cultivation methods mainly focused on physical strength and did not pay much attention to Zhen Qi and Zhen Yuan. However, There would still be Zhen Qi and Zhen Yuan in one's body, but it would be much less than other martial artists of the same level. However, a strong body would allow them to burn their Zhen Yuan for a longer period of time, and it would not be easy for them to suffer a backlash. 3 days have passed. It is time for me to find the Sky Demon snake to practice with. It should not be easy this time. Battling power needed to be demonstrated in real battles. Looking for Cloud Dreamer and Thunderfreer was not suitable for him, and they would not satisfy his needs either. The Sky Demon Snake, with its strong defense, was without a doubt the best training partner for him. Xiao. On the shocking cloud peak, Yi Chen extended his body and flew towards the Silent Hills. There was a vague black qi covering the entire Silent Hills. If one did not sense it carefully, one would not be able to sense it. Scanning with his soul power, Yi Chen could easily locate the Sky Demon Snake's location according to the direction of the black qi flow, since it had not left its original spot at all. Strange. If it was once or twice, it would be understandable. But after so many times, it still does not plan to change its location. Is it waiting for me to go up there, or is there something there? With suspicion, Yi Chen did not hide his qi at all as he flew over at an extreme speed. Deep inside the Silent Hills, there was a deep underground cave. This cave was indeed the nest of the Sky Demon Snake. Cut! Taking out his Star-Scar sword, Yi Chen threw out a sword attack. Crack! The 100-meter-long sword qi shot out, leaving a huge sword pit on the ground. The intense vibration had caused the cave to collapse. Moo! Shoo! 2 completely different beast roars were heard. Then, the ground cracked open, and a huge bull-like beast rushed out, followed by a 100-meter-long black snake with a sharp horn. It was indeed the Sky Demon Snake that had the bloodline of the demon dragon. That bull-like beast should be the famous ghost-faced demonic cow in the Silent Hills. It managed to get the ghost-faced demonic cow to help. Unfortunately, its power was only equivalent to peak level early astral reaching realm, which was only slightly more powerful than Cloud Dreamer and Thunderfreer. It would not be able to handle my attacks at all. Yi Chen did not know how the Sky Demon Snake managed to get the other Tyrant of the Silent Hills, but one rank 7 beast would not affect him much, unless it was a rank 7 Tyrant beast. Moo! The ghost-faced demonic cow attacked first. It stomped on the ground with its hoof, and a powerful beast qi shockwave attacked towards Yi Chen. Blood demon body disintegration. A blood-red half-step Zhen Yuan exploded from his body, and Yi Chen's battling power increased drastically. He cut open the beast qi shockwave with one sword attack and returned the attack back to the ghost-faced demonic cow. Pap! The sword qi was shattered, and the Sky Demon Snake used its tail to block in front of the ghost-faced demonic cow, blocking out the attack for it. However, it had underestimated the power of Yi Chen's sword qi, and the scales on its tail were all cracked open. Blood poured out of the wound, and it was not a light wound. All of you, get in. Green Lotus Sky. The first half of the Green Lotus sword art had been performed, and the surreal space had been frozen. Layers of qi flow formed a green lotus that spread out, covering both the ghost-faced demonic cow and the Sky Demon Snake. The next second, the green lotus turned into a sword rain and attacked on the two's bodies crazily, bringing up a clear, clanging sound. The ghost-faced demonic cow's defense was not as powerful as the Sky Demon Snake's, after all. It could not even handle the first half of the ace attack. Countless bone-deep sword marks appeared on its body, and it kept making a muffled moan. The Sky Demon Snake was furious. It opened its mouth and let out a black flame that could burn anything. The green lotus turned into a sword rain and was burned into ashes. The frozen surreal space had also been shattered, disappearing into nothingness. Green lotus accumulation. Cut! A fist-sized green lotus formed on the tip of the sword. Yi Chun waved his sword towards the ghost-faced demonic cow, preparing to take out one first. The ghost-faced demonic cow had never seen such a powerful clasping Yuan realm warrior. It regretted coming to help the sky demon snake, but it was already too late. It had no choice but to use its hardest horn to block out the incoming green lotus, hoping that it would be able to block out the attack. Kacha! The ghost-faced demonic cow's horn was broken, and a huge amount of blood poured out of its mouth and nose. Die! The Silent Hills was not far from the Sky Cloud Martial School. A rank 7 demonic beast was a threat after all. It was hard to guarantee that it would not lose its mind and start to attack. Yi Chun planned to take care of it right here and now. He turned his body, avoiding the sky demon snake's counterattack, and threw out a sword attack towards the ghost-faced demonic cow. The sword chi was like a pillar, and it was indeed the kill heart sword. Pooh! There was no way that the ghost-faced demonic cow could block out the extremely fast kill heart sword. A sword hole appeared on its stomach, and it was so cold that it felt like it had been killed. With its ally dead, the sky demon snake went crazy. For the past 2 months, it had been wounded almost every day, and it was all thanks to Yi Chun. If it were not for him, it would have been killing everywhere, enjoying the experience brought by killing and gradually activating the demon-dragon bloodline inside its body. Once the potential of the demon-dragon bloodline was activated to its limit, it would become a real tyrant of rank 7 demonic beasts. It would be way more powerful than normal tyrants of rank 7 demonic beasts, and it would be ready to reach rank 8. Swoosh! The black flame spread out, forming a burning firestorm. Wherever it went, the ground was burned through, and the air was burned out, turning into a vacuum world. The green lotus sky art might not be able to stop the black flame. I will have to attack with brute force. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chun jumped up from the ground. The mysterious Zhen Yuan, no, it should be called the Green Lotus Zhen Yuan. The Green Lotus Zhen Yuan poured into the star-scar sword through the meridians in his arm, pushing out a beam of blood-red sword chi. The blood-red sword chi sliced open the black flame, landing heavily on the sky demon snake's forehead. Blood was pouring out of its forehead like a pillar, but the sky demon snake did not care about it at all. Its body jumped into the black flame that it had spat out, and with the help of the flame, it threw out a tail attack. Yi Chun was too busy dealing with the black flame that could burn anything, so he did not have the time to dodge. He was smashed into the ground by the sky demon snake's tail. Originally, Yi Chun was planning to rush out immediately, but he sensed that the black chi under the ground was hundreds of times denser than the black chi on the ground. He was confused. Maybe this black chi is not coming from the sky demon snake, but something else? Because of the black chi flowing on the sky demon snake's sharp horn, Yi Chun had always thought that the sky demon snake was the main reason why the beasts in the Silent Hills had gone crazy. But right now, he had overturned his own conclusion. The thing deep under the ground was the real reason why the beasts had gone crazy. The sky demon snake could reach rank 7 beasts and recover at an extremely fast speed, and it was probably because of this thing. Without paying attention to the sky demon snake, Yi Chun released his soul power, flying towards the source of the black chi. Every time he saw something in the way, he would cut it open with his sword. The sky demon snake could not wait for Yi Chun to come out, so panic and anger flashed through its eyes. It twisted its body and dove into the ground, trying its best to reach the thing it was guarding. It was getting closer and closer. Yi Chun's soul power had finally scanned the source of the black chi. It was a flower, a black flower. The black flower was the size of a basin, and each of its petals seemed to be very heavy. It was releasing a very intense black chi, which was in the form of a mist at first. As time went on, it started to dilute into a gaseous form, and then slowly spread out, seeping out of the ground and onto the ground. So this is the thing that the sky demon snake was guarding? Why is there a heartbeat? Yi Chun tried to sense it carefully, and his expression changed. He could sense that the black flower was like a heart vibrating rhythmically. The frequency of that vibration was similar to a heartbeat, but much stronger. Every time it vibrated, the soil around it would vibrate like a drum. It should not be a normal medicine. Let's pick it first. Yi Chun could tell that the black flower had already matured, and picking it would not harm the medicine. Plus, if he just left it there, the sky demon snake's wounds would continue to recover. Rumble! No one knew when, but the sky demon snake had caught up. Seeing that Yi Chun had discovered the black flower, it roared extremely shrilly. Its evil eyes were filled with killing intent, which was the killing intent of the demon dragon's bloodline. After such a long time of accumulation, that killing intent had finally exploded. The ground was burnt through, and the black flame turned into a horrifying demon dragon's shape, sweeping out. Even if it were Yi Chun, he would be killed immediately without any chance of survival. Chapter 311. Being underground, Yi Chun's dodging speed would definitely be affected. Seeing the black flame coming at him like an evil demon dragon, Yi Chun stomped on the ground with his back facing the black flower, holding his star scar sword with both of his hands. Green Lotus Light. This attack focused more on defense than offense. A bathtub-sized green lotus appeared and gathered on the blade of the star scar sword, covering Yi Chun's whole body. Boom! The black flame could burn anything, but the thickness and defense of the green lotus could not be underestimated either. All of a sudden, there was a subtle balance between the two. No matter how aggressive the flame was, it could not break through Yi Chun's sword attack defense right away, and could only slowly erode it. Seeing that its ace attack could not do anything to Yi Chun, a murderous light flashed through the sky demon snake's eyes. A black flame appeared on its tail as well, looking like a burning fire column. As it swept across, the air in the whole cave had been burned into nothingness, and the resistance had been reduced to an extreme. Boom! The green lotus exploded, and Yi Chun was blown away. However, this result was obviously within his expectation. As he was flying backward, he made a grabbing gesture in the air. That basin-sized black flower was pulled out by the roots, falling into his storage ring. Once the black flower disappeared, the black chi had become the source of everything. The first one to sense it was naturally the sky demon snake. It opened its mouth and let out an ear-piercing scream, which was filled with anger that it had never felt before. Yi Chun had stopped it from killing and trapped it in the Silent Hills, but it had not lost its mind yet. However, the black flower was its life, the key to its growth. Once it was taken away, it would be impossible for it to grow fast, which would be the same as cutting off its potential. Therefore, at that moment, the sky demon snake had completely lost its mind. The remaining black flame inside its body continued to pour out, covering Yi Chun and the cave. Break! Throwing out a sword attack, a tiny crack appeared in the black flame. Yi Chun pushed his separating shadow-flying art to its limit. After flashing once, he jumped out of the crack and landed on the ground. The sky demon snake jumped right after him, carrying the burning flame towards Yi Chun. It looked like it would not stop until it was dead. No one could stop it. Let's see how long you can last without this flower. Since his green lotus Zhenyuan had been used up, Yi Chun could not hurt the sky demon snake with one attack. However, the black flame was not endless, so Yi Chun was not afraid of anything happening to himself. Stepping lightly on the ground, Yi Chun soared into the sky and turned into a wisp of black smoke. A man and a beast chased each other. Wherever they went, mountains would collapse, forests would be destroyed, and the ground would be plowed open with a 10-meter wide and infinitely long mark. Getting out of the silent hills, the sky demon snake suddenly gave up on chasing Yichun. Instead, it flew towards the nearby cities, its eyes filled with cruelty. Yichun was a little dazed, but he soon realized what the sky demon snake was thinking. It was planning to slaughter humans and force him to give up the black flower. If he could not do anything to it, then he would indeed be in a dilemma. If he did not give up the flower, then 1 or 2 cities would definitely be destroyed. If he gave up the flower, then he would be helping a tyrant. The brutality of the sky demon snake had been proven in history. Every time a sky demon snake grew up, countless creatures would be killed. This kind of beast was closer to a demon and had a horrifying evil nature inside of it. This time, they had Yichun. Without him, no one knew what would have happened to the Sky Cloud Martial School. With just Cloud, Dreamer, and Thunderfreer, they could only delay it for a while. A rank 7 beast is coming. Run! There would be big and small battles happening outside the city every day. There were quite a lot of disciples from all of the big parties. Seeing the sky demon snake approaching them aggressively, everyone was shocked. It was impossible for them not to know how horrifying a rank 7 beast was. In fact, even an astral-reaching realm warrior would not be able to compete with a rank 7 beast at the same level. Plus, this rank 7 beast seemed to be even more horrifying than the rumors. It was covered in black flames, looking like a demon that had just crawled out of hell. I was planning to spend more time with you, but since it is like this, then I will have to kill you now. Yichun looked cold. It was not that he could not beat the sky demon snake. Even without his green lotus Jun Yuan, the sky demon snake would still not be able to compete with him. At most, it would be a bit more troublesome. But before this, he had planned to use the sky demon snake as a long-term training target. Once he reached the astral-reaching realm, he would be able to take it out easily. However, the sky demon snake's brutality and cunningness were still out of his expectation. It knew how to kill humans to force him to submit. Looking at the countless human warriors outside the city, the sky demon snake's pupils turned red. It had been a long time since it had seen blood. As a sky demon snake, killing was its instinct. Especially after reaching rank 7, its killing instinct had become harder and harder to control. It had been hiding in the silent hills, hoping that one day it could grow up in blood. Boom! The ground had been shattered. The sky demon snake moved over quickly as it opened its mouth and shot out a beam of dark light. Blood explosion spell. Cut! Performing the ace movement of the minor blood demon body separating great art, Yi Chen's speed had been pushed to its limit. He appeared in front of the dark light and shattered it with one sword attack. The sky demon snake stared at Yi Chen brutally. As a beast, it had made up its mind to take back the sky demon flower. Even if it did not care about the fact that eating the sky demon flower would bring a huge backlash to its body, it still wanted to kill Yi Chen and his martial school. This was the consequence of pissing it off. Huh, you are looking for death. Yi Chen floated in the air as his 80% sword intent spread out. Combined with the half-step Jun Yuan that had been activated by the blood explosion spell, his aura had been pushed to its limit. It was as if his whole body had turned into a blood sword, and the surrounding air had also turned into a blood sword, locking onto the sky demon snake's every move. It is him. Outside of the city, there were 5 people who had noticed Yi Chun. These 5 people were none other than the 5 disciples from the Golden Light Martial School that Yi Chun had met when he first entered the Silent Hills as an outer disciple. The leading 2 people were Lu Tao and Wang Haichuan, followed by the girl in red, Yao Qing, and the twin brothers Yang Wen and Yang Wu. Right now, Lu Tao and Wang Haichuan were both core disciples of the Golden Light Martial School, and they were both at the peak of the mid-condensing reality realm. The girl in red, Yao Qing, and the twins were all inner disciples at the peak of the early condensing reality realm. In the Golden Light Martial School, they had made quite good progress. Unfortunately, in the Sky Cloud Martial School, they would only be above average. They were not geniuses at all. This was the difference between a ranked martial school and a non-ranked martial school. Plus, the Sky Cloud Martial School was not something a rank 9 martial school could compare with anymore. It had the potential to become a rank 7 martial school. Lu Tao was shocked. Back then, his cultivation was not even as high as mine, but now he could already fight against rank 7 beasts. Could it be that he is the legendary genius in the Windy Nation? There were a lot of people with the same name in the Windy Nation, but none of them had ever associated Yi Chen with the legendary genius. Plus, after such a long time, they had almost forgotten about what had happened in the Silent Hills. They would never think that Yi Chen was the most talented genius in the Windy Nation or even the South River region. It has only been 4 years, and the gap has become so huge. Compared to before, the impulsive Wang Haichuan was much calmer now. His face was full of determination, and his battling power had surpassed Lu Tao. He was the backbone of the 5. Taking a deep breath, he calmed himself down first. Yao Qing made a face. It has been 4 years, and he has not even come to us once. What a heartless man. The twin brother, Yang Wu, forced a smile. If he had nothing to do, he would not have made it this far. Xiao Wu is right. The power of a genius comes with a price. We are not geniuses, but we are not as hardworking as him. The twin brother Yang Wu nodded. Yao Qing said, "Do you think he will just ignore us if we go to him?" Hearing her, the 4 of them forced a smile. They had only met Yi Chen by chance, and it was their honor to have fought alongside him. So, they would not dare to disturb him. Green Lotus Mountain. The blood explosion spell had increased Yi Chen's battling power by more than 80%. With one sword attack, he had wounded the Sky Demon Snake. That blood-red sword Qi left a horrifying sword mark on its body. Roar! The Sky Demon Snake hid in the black flame and threw out a tail attack. Shadow explosion. Human shadows flashed as Yi Chen's real body appeared above the Sky Demon Snake within a second. The ace movement of his Green Lotus sword art was thrown down. Crack! A bloody hole appeared on the Sky Demon Snake's forehead, and blood kept pouring out. Piss off! His body flashed again, and Yi Chen appeared right in front of the Sky Demon Snake's chin. He threw out a sword attack, and that blood-red, fire-like sword light appeared. It had blown the Sky Demon Snake hundreds of meters away, creating a huge pit on the ground. It was dozens of meters deep and dozens of meters wide. He is completely dominating a rank 7 beast. So powerful. Of course, Yi Chen is the great master of our Sky Cloud Martial School. Hearing him, all the disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School looked proud. They felt lucky to be a disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Right now, in the Windy Nation, which young generation did not want to join the Sky Cloud Martial School. The black flame inside the Sky Demon Snake's body was not endless. Without the Sky Demon Flower, it would be extremely hard for it to gather the black flame again. After all, it had just reached the level not long ago, and did not know much about the power of a rank 7 beast yet. There was just too little information about the black flame. Without the black flame, the Sky Demon Snake had completely become a powerful rank 7 beast. Its defense was only equivalent to a rank 7 Tyrant beast, and its overall power had dropped by 1 level. It tried to run away, but was stabbed into the ground by Yi Chen's sword attack. As it lost more and more blood, its physical strength started to run out. Eventually, it roared into the sky and exploded. Rumble! that horrifying chi wave blew away Yi Chun, who had backed out far away. After backing out, not far away from the city wall, Yi Chun forced a smile. A rank 7 Tyrant beast was only equivalent to a powerful mid-astral reaching realm warrior, but it had not reached the peak level yet. On the other hand, without the black flame, the Sky Demon Snake's overall power was actually not as powerful as a rank 7 Tyrant beast. However, Yi Chun still could not kill it within a short period of time. It was not hard to tell how powerful the Sky Demon Snake was. Once it grew up, it would definitely become a tyrant among the rank 7 Tyrant beasts. It would be powerful enough to fight against a peak-level mid-astral reaching realm warrior, and even a late astral reaching realm warrior would not be able to kill it easily. Yi Chun. Right then, a clear voice was heard from afar. Yi Chun turned his head to look, and a smile appeared on his face. "It's you guys. Long time no see." Yao Qing was surprised. "You still remember us?" "Of course." Chapter 3:12. After releasing the blood explosion spell, Yi Chun felt that the blood sunflower's medicinal power that was hidden in the deepest part of his body had completely disappeared. He felt a bit uncomfortable, so he shook his head and laughed. "It's been more than 4 years, and the 5 of you are still together." Lu Tao was obviously happy that Yi Chun did not ignore them. "If we are together, we will always be together, unless something unexpected happens." Luckily, other than some small conflicts, there were no accidents. Yao Qing was more beautiful than 4 years ago, although she was not as pretty as the girls that Yi Chun had met before, such as Murong Qingcheng, Su Jing, Ji Shuyan, Zhu Mei, and Yuan Xuemei. She was still a beauty. She was still wearing a red dress, and under the dress, her curvaceous body was filled with the vitality of a girl next door. She looked at Yi Chun curiously. "Strange, you don't even have 3 heads and 6 arms. Why is there such a big gap between us? But the trick of the sword art that you taught me was really good. I am much better than others with the same sword art." Yi Chun smiled. At that time, he was a bit perfunctory. Of course, the method was right, but it was a bit stupid. "Greetings, Great Master." "Great Master, my name is Song Hai." "Great Master, what can I do for you?" While the 6 of them were talking, the disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School all ran over to greet them, causing Lu Tao and the other 4 to be dumbfounded. They were all the same age, but they were already great elders, and their status was even higher than the patriarch. "It is fate that brought us together. I don't have anything good to give you, but here are 5 bottles of pellets that are useful for training, which will help you break through." He was the great master of the Sky Cloud Martial School, and the leader of the Golden Light Martial School used to be a disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Therefore, the 5 of them were technically his juniors, so it was not good to meet them empty-handed. Luckily, when Yi Chun was training outside, he had bought a lot of pellets. These 5 bottles of pellets were not that expensive for him, but they still cost 1,000 low-rank soul stones, which most of the outer masters could not afford. The 5 of them declined and accepted it. Anything that could make Yi Chun give it to them couldn't be bad. They had no reason to refuse. After bidding farewell to the 5, Yi Chun flew towards the Sky Cloud Martial School. Idle Cloud Peak. Cloud Dreamer looked at the black flower that Yi Chun took out and shook his head, indicating that he did not know the name of the flower. Thunder Freer looked confused and said slowly, "Is this the Sky Demon Flower?" "Sky Demon Flower?" Yi Chun and Cloud Dreamer looked at Thunder Freer. Thunder Freer said, "I have heard people describe the Sky Demon Flower before, but I am not sure if it is. But if it is, then it would be shocking. The Sky Demon Flower is a supreme spirit medicine that is extremely rare in the world. According to the legends, it was made from the blood of the ancient Demon King, who was way more powerful than the current life and death realm warriors. He was not weaker than Su King, and his spirit blood was way more powerful than Su King's. His spirit blood had the horrifying effect of reviving people from the dead. As long as there was one breath left in the body, it would be able to heal completely. It was way more powerful than the so-called great healing medicine. I think the sky demon snake and the sky demon flower are only one word apart, but they are more or less related. Not many people knew about the sky demon snake guarding the sky demon flower. Sometimes the sky demon snake might not even show up with the sky demon flower. Therefore, Cloud Dreamer and Thunder Freer were obviously not as knowledgeable as the people from the super martial institutions. It was normal for them to not know about it. Can broken bones be healed? Yichen asked. Thunder Freer laughed. Of course, as long as there was one breath left in the body, it would be healed completely. Plus, it would make the body even more powerful. But do not swallow it directly. The medicinal power of the sky demon flower is very aggressive, and the backfire is even more horrifying. Only those who have trained the ancient demon king's martial arts would be able to swallow it directly. Other people or demonic beasts could die from the backfire. I think this is also the reason why the sky demon snake did not dare to swallow it. Otherwise, it would have swallowed it directly. Yichen nodded. Indeed, he had been wondering why the sky demon snake did not swallow the sky demon flower. Normally, once the spirit medicine that the demonic beasts were guarding matured, they would swallow it immediately in case something bad happened. However, the sky demon snake did not do that. As for that ghost-faced demonic cow, it should have been attracted by the sky demon flower. Unfortunately, it did not enjoy the effects of the flower and died in Yichen's hands. If we do not swallow it, then how are we going to use the sky demon flower? Absorbing its medicinal power from the outside should not be a problem. But it is still a bit of a waste for the sky demon flower to fall into our hands. Its true value is not only the medicinal power, but also the mystery it contains. After reaching the life and death realm, the Zhan Yuan would have already merged with the flesh and blood. Every single drop of essence blood would have the trace of the ancient demon king. For some of the powerful demonic warriors, a sky demon flower could save them a lot of trouble, which is something that the medicinal power alone could not compare with. What a pity, what a pity. Thunder Freer shook his head. Yichen still did not know why the essence blood of the ancient demon king would turn into the sky demon flower, and how it had been passed down until now. But he did not care about these things. No matter how mysterious the sky demon flower was, it did not matter to him at all. All he needed was its medicinal power. Senior Cloud Dreamer, Senior Thunder Freer, you can each take a petal of the sky demon flower. The sky demon flower was extremely heavy. Yi Chun used his half-step Xinyuan to cut off 2 petals with all his might, handing them to Cloud Dreamer and Thunder Freer, respectively. Cloud Dreamer was shocked. You want to give it to us? This thing can only be found by luck. There are only 10 petals on one plant. Yi Chun said, since the sky demon flower can heal the dead, it will definitely be useful in the future. The Sky Cloud Martial School still needs you two to control the situation. Yichen was telling the truth. In the future, when he was not in the Sky Cloud Martial School, the school would have to rely on the 2 of them. Without some life-saving means, he would not be able to rest assured. All right then, I will keep it for you for now. Cloud Dreamer knew Yichen's temperament very well. There was no way he would take back something he had already given out. If he continued to decline, it would seem like he was treating him like an outsider. Leaving the Cloud Dreamer Mountain, Yichen arrived at Su Jing's mountain. Core Master Palace. Su Jing frowned. This thing can cure my arms. It should be right. You try it first. Yichen took out 3 petals and handed them to Su Jing, keeping 5 for emergencies. All right. Su Jing held one of the petals in her hand. Her Jin qi poured out through her meridians, sweeping towards the black qi coming out from the petals. Crack! Vaguely, Yichen heard the sound of bones rubbing against each other in Su Jing's right arm. He scanned with his soul power and immediately found out that Su Jing's shattered bones were getting back together. At the edge of the bones, the black qi was like a magnet, attracting other bones towards it. It is indeed the sky demon flower. Its effect is so powerful. Yichen finally confirmed the name of the black flower. It was undoubtedly the sky demon flower that Thunderfreer had mentioned. Even if it was not, it could at least prove that it could cure broken bones. Su Jing seemed to be very surprised. Only the black qi from one petal had increased the recovery speed of her broken bones by dozens of times. Moreover, the broken bones and the flesh of her arm seemed to be even stronger and stronger after being infected by that qi. You take your time to recover. If it is not enough, I still have more. Yichen saw that the sky demon flower petal was effective, so he did not keep it anymore. Su Jing nodded and put away the other 2 heavenly demon flower petals. Walking out of the core master palace, Yichen let out a breath. Su Jing's problem had been solved. Next, he could let go of everything and try to reach the 13th realm of his green lotus sword spell and the astral reaching realm. Once he had achieved both of his goals, he was ready to go to the natural Moat Gorge and see if he could learn something from the Battle King's sword intent. He wanted to try to reach 90% of his sword intent, or even complete it. With the completion of his sword intent, he should be able to fight against Jin Huang and would no longer be afraid of him. Once he made more progress, it would be the day that Jin Huang died. Inside the training room on the shocking cloud mountain, Yichen took out a sky demon flower petal and placed it on his palm. He pushed his half-step Xin Yuan, absorbing the medicine inside. Crack! Yichen could clearly feel that his body was getting tougher and tougher, and his bones were getting denser and denser. At the same time, the side effects of performing the blood explosion spell had disappeared as well. The effect was even more powerful than the 3,000 years old blood sunflower. However, the blood sunflower focused on the qi and blood, while the sky demon flower focused on the whole body. The 2 focused on different things. So, the blood sunflower was still not comparable to the sky demon flower in terms of replenishing the qi and blood. After a while, Yichen could no longer handle any more of the sky demon flower's medicine. His body had reached a limit. If he wanted to break through this limit, he would have to change his body training art or reach the astral reaching realm, which would increase his body quality drastically. However, his current body quality did not seem to be weaker than astral reaching realm warriors. Su Jing's body quality was basically a couple of times more powerful than normal astral reaching realm warriors. Putting away the sky demon flower petal, Yichen closed his eyes and focused on training the green lotus sword spell. The green lotus sword spell was a top-rank earth realm martial art. After reaching the 10th realm, the battling power would increase drastically with each realm. The difference between the 12th realm and the 13th realm was especially obvious. As for the 14th realm, Yichen did not dare to think about it right now, since the 14th realm would be a transformation. It would be able to combine the 9 green lotus sword qi into one even more horrifying lotus heart sword qi, which would definitely be more powerful than any of Yichen's sword attacks. Correspondingly, it would be even harder to break through to the 14th realm. The 13th realm of a top-rank earth realm martial art would be the limit. The 14th realm would be beyond this limit. The 15th realm would be the highest realm. Even Sea of Souls realm warriors might not be able to reach it. Once they reached this realm, battling beyond their realms would be no different than eating and drinking. Eating the rice bit by bit, Yichen cleared away all the distracting thoughts, preparing himself for the 13th realm. Time flowed like water, and there was no turning back. Ever since the Sky Demon Snake and the Sky Demon Flower disappeared, the beast wave that had been plaguing the Sky Cloud Martial School for thousands of miles had suddenly stopped. Only a few beasts were still active in the human area. Half a year later, the shocking cloud mountain where Yichen was at released a wave of intense sharp qi, which pierced through the clouds and attracted the attention of the whole Sky Cloud Martial School. Chapter 3:13. Is this the sign of a huge improvement in martial arts? Thunderfreer had heard about top-rank Earth realm martial arts. After reaching the first or second level, every level up would bring about a horrifying phenomenon. Yi Chun trained the Green Lotus Sword spell, so it was natural that there would be some kind of sharp qi in the phenomenon. Cloud Dreamer shook his head. Not only has his martial arts improved, he is only one step away from the astral reaching realm. The second Jin Yuan refinement is about to end? Hearing him, Thunderfreer was shocked. Normal people who trained top-rank Earth realm martial arts would need at least 3 to 5 years to refine all of their Jin Qi into Jin Yuan. But Yichen had only spent less than a year to refine all of his Jin Qi into Jin Yuan. This speed was way too horrifying. Cloud Dreamer said, "Martial geniuses are always the existence that breaks the rules." 5 months ago, Si Kongsheng had already reached the astral reaching realm, becoming the youngest astral reaching realm warrior in the South Rudra region in hundreds of years. Right now, it seems like this record is going to be broken by Yi Chun. Thunderfreer nodded. Si Kongsheng was a 22-year-old astral reaching realm warrior. If Yi Chun could reach the astral reaching realm in 3 months, then he would be a 19-year-old astral reaching realm warrior, which would only be 1 year later than the number 1 martial genius of the whole true spirit continent, Xianhou. Even in the whole true spirit continent, he would be a famous warrior. His name would definitely be on the martial genius ranking. Yeah, there is no doubt about that. However, martial geniuses do not only have a fast cultivation speed. There are other reasons as well, such as the most important battling power and comprehensive ability. Of course, no matter how you look at it, Yi Chun is the top martial genius. Sooner or later, his name will shake the whole continent. Plus, right now, the more powerful he is, the safer he will be. If he does not have enough stamina, then it would be dangerous. While the two were talking, inside the training room of the Shocking Cloud Mountain, Yichen slowly opened his eyes. The 13th level of the Green Lotus Sword spell, the second Jin Yuan refinement, is about to come to an end. Such a powerful feeling. It had been 2 years since the end of the Hidden Dragon Rank competition. Yichen had been improving all the time. Every time he improved, it was a huge leap. However, none of them were as good as this time. Not only had he reached the first limit of the Green Lotus Sword spell, but he was also close to completing the second Jin Yuan refinement. With the combination of the two, his power had definitely increased tremendously. Unfortunately, he did not have a suitable training partner. Otherwise, he would know exactly how much his power had increased. Qi, the fist that contained half-step Jin Yuan, shot out, tearing a crack in the air. It was as fast as lightning and as heavy as a mountain. Half-step Jin Yuan. No, it should be fake Jin Yuan. Its destructive power is not to be underestimated. That punch just now had not contained any sort of martial skill. Just by relying on fake true essence, it had been able to tear open a vacuum crack in the air. This was already infinitely close to the destructive power of true essence. With a wave of his hand, the door of the secret room opened wide. Yichen stood up and flew out through the passage. Idle Cloud Peak. Cloud Dreamer and Thunder Freer were both there. "Brother Yi, what's the progress this time?" Thunder Freer laughed and said. The clouds moved away automatically, and Yi Chen landed on the peak. The two seniors should have already guessed it. "Ha! Your cultivation speed really makes me blush with shame, ashamed of my inferiority." Although Yi Chen called them seniors, they did not dare to treat him as a junior. They treated him as an equal. Cloud Dreamer waved his hand, and a nearby stone chair moved over. Then he poured Yi Chen another cup of wine. Yi Chen sat on the stone chair and asked, "Has anything happened in the past half a year?" Cloud Dreamer said, "According to our people, Sikong Sheng had reached the astral reaching realm 5 months ago and became an inner master of the floating mountain martial school. This had a huge impact. A lot of famous astral reaching realm warriors had gone to congratulate him, including the great master of the Purple Sun Martial School, the Fireman, and a great master of the Emerald Martial School. As for Sikong Sheng reaching the astral reaching realm, Yi Chen was not too surprised. He had already reached half-step Zhen Yuan during the Hidden Dragon Rank competition. After 2 years, he should be an astral reaching realm warrior. As for the great master of the Purple Sun Martial School, Yi Chen had some doubts. Doesn't he need to stay in the Purple Sun Martial School? Thunder Freer forced a laugh. That old bastard fireman had also traveled in the South Rudra region before. He had met 4 powerful warriors. They were the Gold Spear Man, the Woodman, the Lake Man, and the Mountain Man. The 5 of them had titles that contained the elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. They were called the 5 Nature Men. Not long after Sikong Sheng reached the astral reaching realm, the Gold Spear Man and the Lake Man came to the Purple Sun Martial School as guests and helped him stay there. 5 Nature Men. Yi Chen mumbled. Soon, our Sky Cloud Martial School will have 3 astral reaching realm warriors. Come, let's drink. Cloud Dreamer was not too worried about the power of the Purple Sun Martial School. One Yi Chen could fight against 2 or 3 astral reaching realm warriors. Plus, Yi Chen's potential was still far from exploding. No one knew how far he could go in the future. In the following days, nothing happened. Yi Chen had reached the 13th level of the Green Lotus Sword spell, and the second Zhen Yuan refinement was about to end. Yi Chen did not need to go into closed-door training. Zhen Yuan refinement was something that would happen naturally and had nothing to do with comprehension ability. When the time came, he would naturally become an astral-reaching realm warrior. After all, his foundation was there, so he would not be too slow. On this day, Yi Chen was comprehending the poetic perspective of clouds. After integrating the 6th movement of the sky-shattering clouds, Yi Chen felt a huge obstruction, as if there was an invisible barrier in front of him. The shocking cloud sword art has a total of 9 movements. After integrating the 6th movement, it would be equivalent to a top-rank Earth Realm sword movement. The 7th movement should be similar to the 2nd movement of the Green Lotus sword art. The 8th movement would almost touch the edge of a Heaven Realm sword movement. It would be the limit of the poetic perspective, the limit of the moves. I wonder how I can make it through. By now, Yi Chen had already understood that Heaven Realm martial arts were not something that could be learned with high comprehension ability. Without reaching that level, there would not be a point of convergence. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen waved his sword and slashed out a sword path in the sea of clouds. The sword path was more than 1,000 meters long, which split open a short mountain in front of him. Thunder exploded, and clouds surged. My mastery of the poetic perspective is already not weaker than most of the astral-reaching realm warriors. What I lack is accumulation. With enough accumulation, it would be a lot easier to comprehend. It seems like only by going out to train would one be able to grow faster. Staying in one place would have some limitations after all. Everything needed a process of accumulation. Even a top martial genius would not be able to truly grow without enough accumulation. It was like an extremely smart person. If he or she had not studied for a few years and experienced a lot of things, then he or she would not be able to fully utilize his or her intelligence. He or she would have to rely on his or her brain to do some smart things. No need to rush. My martial arts are still above my cultivation. There is no need to rush. Putting his star-scar sword back into its scabbard, Yi Chen's mood was as calm as still water. Ha! The fireman, have arrived. Why is no one coming out to greet me? Are all the people from the Sky Cloud Martial School dead? In front of the Sky Cloud Martial School, dozens of human shadows flew over. The two leading people had a very powerful aura. The one on the right had an unbreakable aura, while the one on the left had a very aggressive aura. It was indeed the great master of the Purple Sun Martial School, the Fireman. In the main mountain palace, Luo Xinglia's expression changed. He said to the headmaster, "Gather all the masters here." The Sky Cloud Martial School and the Purple Sun Martial School were enemies. However, since the great master of the Purple Sun Martial School had come in person, it was reasonable for them to treat him with respect. This was the rule between the martial schools, and the Sky Cloud Martial School could not break it. Yes, the head master looked serious. Soon, all the masters had gathered in the plaza in front of the palace, including the 6 core masters, including Su Jing. In front of the plaza, dozens of human shadows landed. The leading fireman looked to be in his 60s. His face was red and healthy. He looked around and smiled. "Not bad. At least you are polite." The group of masters made a path, and Luo Xinglia walked out. He held his fists together and said, "I did not know that the fireman was coming. Sorry for not coming out to meet you. Where is that old bastard Cloud Dreamer? Tell him to come out and see me. You do not have the right to talk to me." The fireman glanced at Luo Xinglia and said lightly. Hearing him, all the masters from the Sky Cloud Martial School stared at him with anger. Luo Xinglia was the leader of the Sky Cloud Martial School. He was the face of the Sky Cloud Martial School. "What? Do you think you can look down on me just because you have a big backer? I don't know what that master is thinking, but believe it or not, even if I destroy the Sky Cloud Martial School, he will not show up." The fireman saw it more clearly than anyone else. Although Jin Huang was scared away last time, he was not from the Windy Nation after all. He represented a super martial school, like the Floating Mountain Martial School. He was clearly bullying the weak. The Purple Sun Martial School and the Sky Cloud Martial School were both top 5 martial schools in the Windy Nation. There was no such thing as bullying the weak. The fireman did not believe that the powerful master would help the Sky Cloud Martial School. "Fireman, you are showing off in the wrong place. The Sky Cloud Martial School is not a place where you can do whatever you want." The Cloud Dreamer flashed his body and appeared in the plaza. The fireman glanced at the Cloud Dreamer. "If I want to show off, do you think the people from the Sky Cloud Martial School would be able to stand still like this?" The Cloud Dreamer sneered. "If the Sky Cloud Martial School is not doing well, then the Purple Sun Martial School will be done for." "You are so full of yourself." The middle-aged man in gold sneered. "I wonder who this is." The fireman said proudly, "This is the Gold Spear Man, the VIP of the Purple Sun Martial School." The Gold Spear Man was in his 50s. His face was light gold, and his body was huge. He made a face. "I thought the Sky Cloud Martial School would have some powerful warriors, but it is only a peak-level early astral reaching realm warrior." "Fireman, you have not destroyed the Sky Cloud Martial School after all these years." You are too kind. Huh. If it were not for the others, how could the Sky Cloud Martial School be so arrogant? Now, there is no one in the Purple Sun Martial School. A killing intent flashed through the fireman's eyes. The Gold Spearman chuckled. He glanced at the masters of the Sky Cloud Martial School, casually. Suddenly, his eyes brightened, landing on the inner master Zhu Mei and the core master Su Jing. Fireman, you did not say that the Sky Cloud Martial School had people like this, especially that woman in white. She is rare even in the South River region. The Gold Spear Man licked his lips. The Cloud Dreamer saw that these two people were acting like they were his own family and did not care about them at all. He looked a bit gloomy. However, thinking that they would not come here for no reason, he suppressed his unhappiness and asked, I wonder why you two are here. If there is nothing, please leave. The fireman said, Of course I am here for something. But is this how you treat your guests? You want us to talk in the square. This way, please. Luo Xinglia lifted the corner of his mouth. Huh. The fireman waved his sleeves and walked in the front. The Gold Spear Man walked side by side with him. When they passed by the crowd, he glanced at Su Jing on purpose. There was an evil light shining in his eyes. Chapter 3:14. In the main mountain hall, the main seat was empty. The left side of the hall was occupied by Cloud Dreamer and Luo Xinglia, while the right side was occupied by the fireman and the Gold Spear Man. The rest of the people were outside. The fireman took a sip of the tea slowly and exchanged a look with the Gold Spear Man. He said slowly, Don't say that I did not take care of your Sky Cloud Martial School. This time, I came all the way here to show you enough respect. Unfortunately, some people do not know what is good for them. Cloud Dreamer frowned, waiting for the fireman to continue. Putting down the teacup, the fireman said, Our intelligence team from the Purple Sun Martial School has found the nest of the Corpse Man. What? The nest of the Corpse Man? Cloud Dreamer's expression changed. The Corpse Man was one of the 108 ghost warriors from the 9 Ghost cult. He was very famous for killing people. It would not be wrong to call him the Old Monster. Countless powerful warriors from the top 5 martial institutions of the Windy Nation had died in his hands, including a couple of astral-reaching realm warriors. So what? After all these years, the Corpse Man's power should have recovered to its peak. Plus, with his special power, even all of the astral-reaching realm warriors in the Windy Nation combined would not be his opponent. Although the Corpse Man's battling power was the lowest among the 108 ghost warriors, he had the power to create zombies. With 3 to 4 rank 7 zombies attacking together, even astral-reaching realm warriors who were more powerful than him would not be able to handle it, and would be killed easily. His name was very famous, and people called him the Corpse Man. Since I am here, of course, I have the confidence to kill this old monster. The fireman looked like he was going to win as he continued. Back in the days when I was traveling, I met 4 friends who had the same goal. Right now, 2 of them are here. One is the Gold Spear Man, and the other is the Mountain Man. Unfortunately, the Lake Man and the Deadwood Man could not come. Otherwise, with them here, killing the Corpse Man would be as easy as pie. Cloud Dreamer glanced at the Gold Spear Man. He could naturally tell that the latter was the same as the fireman, also a mid-astral reaching realm warrior. According to the rumors, among the 5, the Deadwood Man was the most powerful one, being a late astral reaching realm warrior. He knew an ancient martial art called the Deadwood Palm Spell. Judging purely on battling power, he might not lose to the Ghost Man. Although the Lake Man was not as powerful, he was still a peak-level mid-astral reaching realm warrior. However, no one would dare to underestimate the Ghost Man's ace attack, the rank 7 zombie warrior. How did you know about the nest of the corpse man? Cloud Dreamer stared at the fireman without blinking. It was not that he did not trust him, but it was because the Sky Cloud Martial School had been set up way too badly back then. His brother disciple Wu Yunzi had died. Because of that, he did not have any proof, but he was sure that the Purple Sun Martial School had something to do with it. The fireman sneered. It is up to you whether you want to believe it or not. If the 9 evil cult wants to grow stronger again, they will need a lot of resources. The top 5 martial institutions control more than 80% of the resources in the Windy Nation, and there are no other powerful martial institutions around. In their eyes, we are just a piece of meat without any defense. Cloud Dreamer's expression changed a couple of times. The fireman was right. If the 9 evil cult wanted to make a comeback, they would need a lot of resources. But they were hiding in the dark and could not take all of the resources in public. Once they showed up, they would be attacked by all of the powerful parties in the South River region. Therefore, they could only do it secretly, not daring to show their faces. Although they could get a lot of resources from some lone warriors, those resources would not be enough to support them for a long time. The resources in the Windy Nation seemed to be nothing special, but it was still a nation after all. The resources of a nation would be more than enough to support the development of the Ghost Corpse Mountain. Plus, it would not be that dangerous. He believed that there would also be other small nations with the 9 evil cult's remaining members, so the Windy Nation would not be the only one. If they did not attack first, when the Corpse Man decided to attack, one martial institution would not be able to handle the invasion of the Ghost Corpse Mountain. The problem was that the fireman's words could not be trusted completely. First of all, he was the first one to know about the location of the Corpse Man's nest, which was already suspicious. He was not like his brother disciple Wu Yunzi, who had been able to stay in the Sky Cloud Martial School for so many years and watch the development of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Then, how do you think we should deal with it? The Corpse Man is not easy to deal with. Being able to survive that big battle years ago, it is already enough to prove how powerful he is. Cloud Dreamer did not know if he should accept it or not. If he accepted it, he might be ambushed by the fireman. He did not believe that there was nothing wrong with it. If he did not accept it, then the Corpse Man would indeed be a big problem. Who knew when he would decide to attack the Sky Cloud Martial School first? Although the Sky Cloud Martial School had martial geniuses like Yi Chen, who was able to kill the Sky Demon Snake with only half-step Xin Yuan, the Corpse Man was a late astral-reaching realm warrior. He was a cunning demon, added with all the rank 7 martial zombies. His overall power was only above Jin Huang's. No one in the Windy Nation would be able to fight against him. Without a choice, the Cloud Dreamer threw the topic back to the fireman. The fireman nodded. Indeed, the Corpse Man is indeed a troublesome existence. Therefore, I had immediately informed all the martial institutions and asked everyone to join forces. We will kill the Ghost Corpse Mountain and the Corpse Man as fast as lightning so that he would not have the time to react. You mean to combine all the astral-reaching realm warriors in the Windy Nation? Cloud Dreamer understood what the fireman was trying to say. Only astral-reaching realm warriors would be able to kill them at such a fast speed. Warriors below the astral-reaching realm would be slowed down a lot. The fireman stared at the Cloud Dreamer. What do you think? The Cloud Dreamer thought for a while, then said, "How about this? Wait until everyone is here, then we will discuss." "Sure. 3 days later, I will see you on the Green Beauty Mountain. By then, all the astral-reaching realm warriors from the top 5 martial institutions will be there." The Cloud Dreamer's answer was within the fireman's expectation. He then said, "This time, all the top 3 astral-reaching realm warriors from the Purple Sun Martial School will be there. You will not be the only one from the Sky Cloud Martial School, right?" Of course not. If it is confirmed, there will be 2 astral-reaching realm warriors from the Sky Cloud Martial School. Oh, which 2? The fireman squeezed his eyes. Although he did not think that Yi Chen would be able to reach the astral-reaching realm in a short period of time, but it was better to be safe than sorry. If Yi Chen really did reach the astral-reaching realm, then some of the details would have to be changed. He just hoped that things would not be as bad as he thought. Me and the Thunder Freer. The Thunder Freer was not a secret in the Sky Cloud Martial School anymore, so the Cloud Dreamer was not afraid to say it out. I heard that Yi Chen has not reached the astral-reaching realm yet, but he already has the power to fight against astral-reaching realm warriors. Why don't we bring him along as well? This time, killing the corpse man would be a great opportunity. Hearing him, the fireman let out a breath. Judging from his expression, Yi Chen should not have reached the astral-reaching realm yet. A smile appeared on his face as he said. The Cloud Dreamer's face sank. You don't have to worry about that. Huh. He has the power to fight against an astral-reaching realm warrior before reaching the astral-reaching realm? It is most likely just a rumor. The Gold Spear Man, do not believe it. Even if we bring him along, he would only be a burden. The Gold Spear Man said with a disdainful expression. The fireman took a sip of tea casually, seeming to want to hear how the Cloud Dreamer would respond. The Cloud Dreamer did not change his expression and said, You can try if you have the chance. If you two do not have anything else to say, you can leave now. Since the owner has asked us to leave, then we should not stay. Brother Gold, let's go back first. The fireman did not plan to stay any longer. The Gold Spear Man stood up with the fireman. He glanced at Su Jing, who was standing outside the palace. He suddenly opened his mouth and said to the Cloud Dreamer, I do not have a wife yet. I think that master from your Sky Cloud Martial School is not bad. She is qualified to be my wife. I wonder if the Gold Spear Man, would have the honor? Both the Cloud Dreamer and Luo Xinglia did not look good. This Gold Spear Man was way too arrogant. He really thought that he was invincible. Plus, Su Jing and Yi Chen had a close relationship. Whoever dared to touch her would probably be killed by Yi Chen. Don't even think about it. The Cloud Dreamer did not look happy at all. The Gold Spear Man had a creepy smile on his face. I suggest you guys think about it. I am not like the fireman, who is kind. The Cloud Dreamer yelled, Don't push it too far. The Sky Cloud Martial School is not a place for you to do whatever you want. Brother Gold, the road to happiness is strewn with setbacks. Why do you have to rush it? What is yours will be yours eventually. The fireman did not expect the Gold Spear Man to be this eager and say this in front of everyone. He could only try to comfort him, telling him to take it slow. The road to happiness is strewn with setbacks. Not bad. The Gold Spear Man, am definitely going to have this woman. The Gold Spear Man laughed and walked out of the palace with the fireman who allowed you to leave. Right then, the crowd split apart and someone walked over. It was none other than Yi Chen. Yi Chen was wearing a blue robe with a long sword on his waist. He stood 10 steps in front of the two quietly. His eyes landed on the Gold Spear Man and the fireman. The fireman glanced at Yi Chen and noticed that he was still at the Zhenyuan refining stage. A strong killing intent flashed through his mind as he said with a smile on his face, Not bad. You have already reached the Zhenyuan refining stage at such a young age. You are not that far away from the astral reaching realm. However, you are not that talented. Before a martial genius grows up, you should be more patient. Do not ruin your own life. So, you are Yi Chen? You are nothing special. What? Do you think you can stop us? I will give you a chance. Slap yourself 4 times. Otherwise, I will teach you a lesson today. The Gold Spear Man did not care about Yi Chun at all. If it were not for the fireman warning him to be careful of powerful warriors helping him, he would not have talked much with him. He would have just killed him directly. Things are different now. The Windy Nation is no longer a place where you can call the shots. If you had come here and left just like that, I would have let it go. Unfortunately, you think too highly of yourselves. As long as I, Yi Chun, am here, there is no place for you to mess around. In Yi Chen's plan, the Purple Sun Martial School was the place he had to go. Although the assassination before did not really hurt him, it did not mean that he did not care about it. Seeing the situation, Cloud Dreamer wanted to say something, but he swallowed it back down. He knew Yi Chen's personality very well. Since he had stood out, there was no need for him to go back. Plus, these two were indeed too arrogant. The only thing that worried him was how powerful Yi Chen's battling power was. Two powerful mid-astral reaching realm warriors would not be a joke, especially this gold spear man who had just appeared out of nowhere. He gave Luo Xinglia a look and took a couple of steps back. He planned to leave the situation to Yi Chun, and the others should not interfere. The gold spear man, have been out there for so many years, and this is the first time I have seen a young warrior talk to me like this. Brat, you are the first. The gold spear man laughed out loud. His whole body shone with a golden light, which was extremely pure, carrying an unbreakable aura. Senior Cloud Dreamer, I will kill this guy. There was no emotion on Yi Chen's face. He had already known about what had happened in the palace. If he had guessed it right, there must have been some kind of conspiracy. Facing a conspiracy, his way of doing things was different from normal people, which was to kill as fast as possible. He would kill as many as he could, since he would have to kill those people from the Purple Sun Martial School sooner or later anyway. As for the mission of killing the corpse man, he would not miss out on it. Chapter 3:15. Yi Chun, you are too arrogant. The fireman's face suddenly darkened. He had come to the Sky Cloud Martial School, obviously not for the sake of the Sky Cloud Martial School. In his eyes, even if Cloud Dreamer knew that there was a conspiracy, he would not be able to refuse this mission. Since he could not refuse, then his plan was already half a success. Therefore, he did not care what Cloud Dreamer was thinking at all. Bringing the Gold Spear Man was just to suppress the Sky Cloud Martial School, to let them know that in terms of top battling power, the Sky Cloud Martial School could not compete with the Purple Sun Martial School. So what if he was arrogant in the other's territory? No one could do anything to him. However, he had never thought that Yi Chun would come out and ask them to stay, and even kill the Gold Spear Man. How reckless! Did he think that the powerful master behind him would protect him all the time? Geniuses were geniuses because they could grow in adversity. If the powerful master behind him wanted to train a genius, then he would not protect him all the time. Otherwise, there would be no adversity. He was confident that if he killed Yi Chun now, nothing would happen to him. Lai Hua, there is no need to say so much. Since this brat wants to die, then don't blame me for being merciless. Today, I will kill this brat and take this woman away. Sky Cloud Martial School, who dares to stop me? Who dares to stop me? The Gold Spear Man's killing intent surged. His face was filled with disdain. Everyone from the Sky Cloud Martial School took a deep breath. Looking at the situation, Yi Chun and the Gold Spear Man seemed to be at each other's throats. They hoped that Yi Chun would be able to defeat the Gold Spear Man. Otherwise, if Yi Chun lost or died, it would be a disaster for the Sky Cloud Martial School. Die! All of a sudden, a golden spear appeared in his hand. His Zheng Yuan exploded as he thrust the spear towards Yi Chun, who was 10 steps away. The tip of the spear created a thin vacuum crack in the air. I'll take your dog life in 3 moves. Clang! As Yi Chen's voice was heard, the Star Scar sword was taken out of its scabbard and pressed against the tip of the golden spear. Rumble! There seemed to be an earthquake. The entire main hall of the main peak and the entire square shook violently. Terrifying shockwaves erupted and radiated in all directions. Cloud Dreamer stood in front of everyone, trying his best to block the shockwave. Whoosh! After blocking the Gold Spearman's attack with one sword attack, Yichen suddenly jumped up into the sky. The main mountain of the Sky Cloud Martial School could not withstand the attacks from the two of them. It was not an ideal place to fight. "Where are you going?" Gold Spear Sanrin followed closely behind. The golden spear in his hand pierced out at a speed invisible to the naked eye, bursting out hundreds of spear lights. Each spear light was equivalent to an attack of 60% of his strength. Hundreds of spear lights pierced out at the same time. There was no way to escape, no way to retreat. The first move. Flying into the sky, Yichen stopped his body. 80% of his sword intent had been infused into his Star Scar sword, attacking towards the Gold Spearman with his sky-shattering clouds. The moment he swung his sword, the wind blew, the clouds churned, and lightning crackled. It split apart the hundreds of spear lights with an unstoppable force, and under the horrified gaze of the Golden Spear Loose Man, it ferociously attacked. He actually split apart hundreds of my spear lights. Gold Spear Practitioner was caught unprepared and quickly raised his spear to block. There was a loud bang. In everyone's sight, the Gold Spearman had been blown away by Yi Chen's first sword attack, looking extremely embarrassed. Impossible. He has obviously not reached the astral reaching realm yet. How could his battling power be this powerful? The fireman, who was standing on the ground, was shocked. He was very clear about the Gold Spearman's power, which was definitely not weaker than his. Although he was still in his normal condition without burning his Zhenyuan, he could still fight against an early astral-reaching realm warrior when he was burning his Zhenyuan, not to mention Yichen, who had not even reached the astral-reaching realm yet. He had always thought that Yichen was just a normal early astral-reaching realm warrior. As for Yichen killing the Sky Demon Snake half a year ago, it was not that he did not know about it, but there were too few people who knew about it. Most of them thought that the Sky Demon Snake was just a slightly more powerful rank 7 beast, which misled the fireman. In the sky hundreds of meters away, the Gold Spearman's eyes were red. He was a mid-astral reaching realm warrior, but he had been blown away by Yichen, who had not even reached the astral reaching realm yet. It was something that he could not accept. The Zhenyuan inside his body rubbed against each other, and a golden flame appeared. The Gold Spearman, who was covered in fire, yelled, "Today, you will die for sure. Gold Snake Break." As he threw out a spear attack, a golden snake-shaped spear light shot out along the spear body, traveling at an extremely fast speed. The horrifying gold mentality had given the snake-shaped spear light the ability to break through anything. The air had been pierced through, and the space cracks kept appearing, providing the snake-shaped spear light with an environment to increase its speed. Whoosh! A blood-red fake Zhenyuan exploded from Yi Chen's body. The fake Zhenyuan was not that much different from the real Zhenyuan. The only difference was that it could not be burned, which increased his battling power by several folds. However, the minor blood demon body separating great art had also increased Yi Chen's battling power to more than 50%. Combined with his 80% sword intent, he was no weaker than the Gold Spearman, who was burning his Zhenyuan. Besides that, he had trained the top-rank Earth realm martial art, Green Lotus Sword spell, and had trained it to the 13th realm, which was something that the Gold Spearman could not compete with. Green Lotus Sky. Around the Star Scar sword, countless red lotuses formed by sharp chi flow blossomed. The lotuses rose up one after another, following Yi Chen's attack and disappearing into the surreal space. The air had been frozen, and the snake-shaped spear light was getting slower and slower. It was like a poisonous snake going against the current, unable to increase its speed. The Gold Spear Man, who was behind it, was also trapped in this area, looking shocked. Shoo! Shoo! In the air that was as calm as a lake, countless green lotuses turned into sword chi and shot out, landing on the snake-shaped spear light like a storm. Waiting until the spear light was shattered, the rest of the sword chi attacked towards the Gold Spear Man like a swarm of bees. Ding! Dang! Dang! The Gold Spear Man had trained the gold element Zhen Yuan. In terms of pure defense, it was even more powerful than the earth element Zhen Yuan. Although the sword chi was aggressive, it still could not break through his protective Zhen Yuan layer. The third movement, Dai. The Green Lotus Sky was the first ace movement of the Green Lotus sword art. It could be separated into two movements. One was the Green Lotus Sky, which was mainly used for restraining, and the other was the Green Lotus Accumulation, which was used for killing. The fist-sized Green Lotus shot out, instantly landing on the Gold Spear Man's protective Zhen Yuan layer. Pooh! The protective Zhen Yuan layer was broken open, and the Green Lotus pierced through the Gold Spear Man's chest, bringing out a straight stream of blood that stretched for dozens of meters. This is impossible. There is no way I will die. The Gold Spear Man did not even know what had happened until he died. He did not know why Yi Chun had the power to kill him, and it was even within 3 movements. He had been traveling in the South Rudra region for so many years, but he had never encountered something like this. Otherwise, he would not have underestimated Yi Chun. Putting his Star Scar sword back into its scabbard, Yi Chun said lightly, "I have said that I will kill you within 3 movements, and I will kill you within 3 movements. No matter how many mid-astral reaching realm warriors there are, it will be the same." He dared to kill the Gold Spear Man and ignore the Fireman and the 5 Wanderers. Naturally, he had his own power, and it did not come from his power. His real power had not been revealed yet, and there was no need for him to do so in front of everyone. The people on the ground were all shocked. Chapter 3:16. Yi Chen's power in the Sky Cloud Martial School was known to be extremely powerful, even more powerful than Cloud Dreamer and Thunder Freer. However, they had never seen Yi Chen kill any mid-astral reaching realm warriors. They did not know how powerful a mid-astral reaching realm warrior could be. Judging from the power that the Gold Spear Man had released, he was definitely a mid-astral reaching realm warrior, which was way beyond what an early astral reaching realm warrior could compete with. However, he still could not last 3 attacks from Yi Chun and was killed within 3 attacks. Killing an enemy that was 2 realms higher than him, Yi Chun is getting more and more horrifying. Lu Hanshan and Zhu Mei took a deep breath as they looked at each other. Su Jing's tightened body finally relaxed. She was planning to join hands with Yi Chun to fight against the Gold Spear Man when he could not handle it anymore. However, it seemed like it would not be necessary anymore. Plus, even if she went up, it would not make any difference. Although the Sky Demon Flower had healed her completely and improved her body, the opponent was a mid-astral reaching realm warrior who could wound her badly with a flick of his finger. A smile appeared on Cloud Dreamer's face. Then he forced a laugh and turned his head to look at the Fireman. The Fireman's face was almost twisted as he yelled, "Yi Chun, how dare you kill the Gold Spear Man? How dare you?" Flashing his body, Yi Chun landed on the main plaza. "Right now, piss off. Otherwise, I will kill you as well." Only the Fireman knew where the Corpse Man's base was. Yi Chun knew that he was up to no good, but he could not kill him right away. He planned to play along and see what kind of tricks he had up his sleeves. Before this trick was exposed, killing the Fireman would only make things more complicated. The Fireman's anger was stuck in his chest, and he could not let it out. His face turned red. Cloud Dreamer was afraid that Yi Chun would really kill the fireman, although he wanted to kill him as well before the corpse man was taken care of. It would not be appropriate to kill the fireman. Right then, he did not know what he was feeling, so he tried to persuade him. Fire, a wise man knows his limits. You cannot win against Yi Chun. If you stay, you will only get yourself killed. Right now, the corpse man is the most important thing. I will see you on the Blue Mountain in 3 days. Who? After taking a couple of deep breaths, the fireman tried his best to suppress his anger as he said coldly, Good, very good. Yi Chun, I will remember you. Yi Chun looked at the fireman coldly. When his eyes opened and closed, the sharp light was like a sword. Together with his emotionless face, it gave the fireman a terrifying pressure. He was sure that if he kept talking, Yi Chun would kill him immediately without giving him any chance. Let's go. Waving his hand, the fireman brought the dozens of people from the Purple Sun Martial School and flew out of the main mountain of the Sky Cloud Martial School like dogs that had lost their homes. Yi Chun, isn't this a bit too cruel? Cloud Dreamer wasn't criticizing Yi Chun for killing indiscriminately. He just felt like the timing was not good. Hiding the sharp light in his eyes, Yi Chun said calmly, If we have to kill, then we should kill. At least one enemy has been removed, which would reduce the threat. Staying here would only bring harm to our Sky Cloud Martial School. Yi Chun's words were not unreasonable. Cloud Dreamer did not want to talk about this anymore. Yi Chun, let's go to my Cloud Dreamer Mountain. We will discuss the plan. All right. The two of them arrived at the Cloud Dreamer Mountain one after another. Thunderfreer walked up to them. Good job. Let them down a bit. Otherwise, they would think that everything is under their control. Thunderfreer had seen everything that had happened on the main mountain clearly. He was also a person who would kill if he had to, so he thought that Yi Chun was right for him. Cloud Dreamer smiled and told Thunderfreer what had happened. He then said, The corpse man's base is in the Windy Nation. Whether it is true or not, we cannot ignore it. How do you think we should deal with it? I think we should send a few people there. Yi Chun said, The Sky Cloud Martial School has to have someone guarding it. That is a must. But who will be guarding it? Thunderfreer thought for a while. How about we let Yi Chun guard it? He is more powerful than us, so he would be able to take care of it. If even he cannot take care of it, then we would not be able to take care of it either. Let's take a step back and say that if things get really bad, it should not be a problem for us to escape. Of course, this is the worst-case scenario, and the possibility is very low. Meanwhile, Cloud Dreamer and I will join the fight against the corpse man and face the fireman's evil plan. I would like to see what kind of tricks he has up his sleeves. Hearing him, Cloud Dreamer was a bit moved. He had thought the same before. Yi Chun shook his head. 2 seniors, you will guard the Sky Cloud Martial School. I will join the fight against the corpse man. Yi Chun, Cloud Dreamer, and Thunderfreer both looked at him. Yi Chun explained, We have to be careful of the fireman. But I think his main target is not the Sky Cloud Martial School, but the astral-reaching realm warriors of the Sky Cloud Martial School. 2 seniors going would be perfect for him, although I cannot guarantee that I will be able to shatter their evil plan, but in a dangerous situation, escaping would not be a problem. But you have not reached the astral-reaching realm after all. Wouldn't it be a bit inappropriate? Cloud Dreamer was a bit hesitant. He obviously knew about Yi Chun's power, but the fireman's evil plan would not be that simple. He would not feel comfortable letting Yi Chun take the risk. Thunderfreer nodded. Yi Chun laughed. Actually, I can reach the astral-reaching realm anytime I want. What? The two did not quite understand what Yi Chun meant. With a thought, a crystal-clear and condensed pseudo-Jin Yuan appeared outside of Yi Chun's body. If observed carefully, one could see that more than 99% of the pseudo-Jin Yuan had been covered by the broken light. Only a small part of it had not been refined yet. It was a sign that he was about to reach the astral reaching realm. I only need one more vibration, and I will reach the astral reaching realm. Refining Jin Yuan was not a natural process. Instead, it required the warrior to vibrate his half-step Jin Yuan to extract the essence and remove the impurities. If the warrior did not do it on his own, then he would be stuck at this stage for a long time. One more vibration, and I will be able to extract the Jin Yuan and reach the astral reaching realm. Thunderfreer gasped. To be honest, he had never heard of a martial genius like Yi Chen before. Not only would he be able to reach the astral reaching realm within a year, the most important thing was that he was able to control the timing of the breakthrough. The others would have to work so hard to reach the astral reaching realm, afraid that they would be too late. Yi Chen, on the other hand, did not reach the astral reaching realm first, but waited for the critical moment to reach the astral reaching realm. No matter how you looked at it, he was a complete monster, a monster that could scare people. Thunderfreer, would not believe that this guy did not make it big. Thunderfreer was shocked and excited at the same time. His blood was boiling. Cloud Dreamer frowned and said, Yi Chen, it is not that I am doubting your control, but you know, this is not something you can be careless about. If you make a mistake, then your life will be in danger. Putting away his fake Jin Yuan, Yi Chen said confidently, Senior, don't worry. I could have reached the astral reaching realm a week ago, but after thinking about it, I have decided to stay at this stage for now. After he had finished his closed-door training, he had heard about the fireman and the 5 wanders from the Purple Sun Martial School, which had alerted him. Therefore, in the next half a month, he could have reached the astral reaching realm, but he had chosen to give it up. Seeing how serious Yi Chen was, Cloud Dreamer had to believe him. He thought about the ancestors of the Sky Cloud Martial School and wondered what had happened to the Sky Cloud Martial School to have such a genius like Yi Chen. Someday, when he becomes the dominator of the true spirit continent, you will all be able to smile in the afterlife. Thunderfreer, have to admit that in terms of training speed, you would be able to beat me in the South Rudra region. Thunderfreer finally knew what a top martial genius was, and Yi Chen was one of them. Sikong Sheng, Yan, Qihua, they were only top martial geniuses. Senior, you are flattering me. The reason why Yi Chen was able to reach the astral reaching realm so fast was not only because of the influence of the Dragon Fountain Chi, but also because of the Green Lotus Sword spell. After reaching the 10th realm, each realm would be more powerful than the previous one. Reaching the 13th realm would already be an extreme limit for one's training speed. In fact, even Yi Chen himself could not imagine the power of the 13th realm. It was 2 different levels compared to the 12th realm. Not only had his battling power increased drastically, he had beaten the Gold Spear Man in 3 attacks, and his training speed had also reached an unimaginable speed. In fact, in the South Rudra region, being able to train a top-rank Earth realm martial art to the 11th realm at the Clasping Yuan realm would already be considered a top martial genius. Reaching the 12th realm would be extremely rare, and there would only be one Sikong Sheng in a few hundred years. But reaching the 13th realm would only be a monster like Yi Chen. It should be known that even for astral-reaching realm warriors, top-rank Earth realm martial arts were extremely hard to train. There were not many people who could reach the same realm as Yi Chen at the late astral-reaching realm. As for the 14th realm, one would basically have to reach the Seas of Souls realm to reach it. The 15th realm was said to be breaking through the barrier of heaven realm martial arts, which even Seas of Souls realm warriors might not be able to reach easily. Therefore, Yi Chen's achievements in martial arts alone were already equivalent to the top astral-reaching realm warriors, which would increase his battling power by quite a bit. As for why he was able to train the Green Lotus Sword spell to the 13th realm, Yi Chen himself knew it the best. As he had learned more and more martial arts, the comprehensive ability brought by the fusion of his two souls had been fully utilized, and his martial talent had improved drastically. Thinking about the time when he was training the mysterious great art, he had spent 1.5 years to reach the 11th realm, which was the highest realm, and the 11th realm of the mysterious great art was only equivalent to the 9th realm of the Green Lotus Sword spell. Sometimes, Yi Chen really wanted to know where his limit was. Thousands of miles away from the Sky Cloud Martial School, the fireman was flying with a group of people from the Purple Sun Martial School. Damn it! The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Unable to control the anger that was about to burn, the fireman threw out a palm attack on the mountain next to him. Boom! The top half of the mountain had been blown away. The destructive power of a mid-astral reaching realm warrior was obvious. Yi Chen, just you wait. This time, I will kill all of the astral-reaching realm warriors in your Sky Cloud Martial School. As for you, don't even think about living. I will kill you first, then the Sky Cloud Martial School, and then the Yi family. I will kill all the men and sell all the women to the brothel. I will make your Sky Cloud Martial School and the Yi family slaves forever, never to be born again. This was the biggest shame of the fireman's life. The Gold Spear Man, who was one of the Wild Five with him, had been killed by Yi Chen right in front of him, and he had been kicked out of the Sky Cloud Martial School. He had lost all of his face. His whole life's face had been lost just like that. Great master, let him be arrogant for a while. A little impatience would ruin the big plan. An inner master of the Purple Sun Martial School said bravely, boom. After killing his opponent with one palm attack, the fireman said with his teeth bared, "Who asked you to teach me a lesson? You are looking for death." Seeing that, the others felt a chill down their spines, not daring to say anything more. Chapter 317. 3 days later, with Cloud Dreamer and Thunder Freer guarding the Sky Cloud Martial School, Yi Chen went to the Blue Beauty Mountain alone. The Blue Beauty Mountain was located 3,000 miles north of the Purple Sun Martial School in the Lanha Mountain Range. It was not that tall, but it was very pretty. On top of the Blue Beauty Mountain, the fireman and a middle-aged man in gray robes were sitting on a stone chair next to a stone table, drinking wine. This Yi Chen has to die for sure. He dares to challenge us, the Wild Five. The middle-aged man was still very angry. He tightened his hand, and the wine glass shattered. The fireman squeezed his eyes. Don't worry, Brother Mountain. He will not live for long. Brother Gold will not die for nothing. The middle-aged man in front of him was indeed one of the Wild Five, the Mountain Man. His name was Mountain, and he was even more powerful than the fireman and the Gold Spear Man. He was the third most powerful warrior among the Wild Five. His earth element Jun Yuan was extremely rich, and he was very good at attacking. The Mountain Man stayed silent for a while, then suddenly said, "Is he really that powerful? He has not even reached the astral reaching realm yet, but he was still able to kill Gold with 3 attacks. Although Gold is not as powerful as me, if I want to win against him, I would need at least dozens of attacks. Killing him would be even more difficult." The fireman said, that day, Brother Gold was more or less careless. He did not even use his most powerful ace attack. But that brat should not be underestimated. He even knows the minor blood demon body separating great art, which can increase his attacking power by more than 50%. The minor blood demon body separating great art is a secret art that burns chi and blood. He must have some rare medicine on him. Pausing for a while, the mountain man said again, "After this mission, we need to make a plan to kill him right away. Once he reaches the astral reaching realm, even late astral reaching realm warriors might not be able to stop him. If he escapes, then none of us will have a good life." Yeah, the fireman nodded heavily. Yi Chen's threat was increasing day by day. Right now, even he was not his opponent. If he waited for Yi Chen to reach the astral reaching realm, then the success of his plan would be greatly reduced, which was not what he wanted to see. "Ha, Brother Lai Hua, I haven't seen you for many years, but your charm hasn't decreased at all." In the distant sky, two human silhouettes swiftly flew over. The leading one was a man who was about 60 years old, with a muscular body and a muscular waist. He was wearing an emerald golden robe. The man beside him was about the same age as him, but looked much thinner and weaker. He had a trace of scholarly aura, which made him look quite similar to the leader of the Emerald Martial Palace, Zhuang Qingxian. The fireman stood up and greeted them with a smile. "Brother Pang, Brother Zhuang, you two have been training in the Emerald Martial Palace for so many years. It is so rare for me to see you." These two were none other than two of the top 3 great masters of the Emerald Martial School. The one with a strong body was the number 1 warrior of the Emerald Martial School, Pang Nia, who was at the peak of mid-astral reaching realm, only 1 step away from reaching the late astral reaching realm. The one with a scholarly aura was the father of the leader of the Emerald Martial School, Zhuang Qinghe, who was at the peak of early astral reaching realm. The other one was not here, probably because he had chosen to guard the Emerald Martial School. The two landed on the Bishio Mountain. Pang Nia looked at the mountain man and said, "Is this the mountain man from your 5 wanderers? Nice to meet you." The mountain man did not dare to underestimate Pang Nia. Judging from his powerful qi, he was obviously a half-step late astral reaching realm warrior. It seemed like it was not without reason that the Emerald Martial School was able to dominate the Windy Nation for hundreds of years. He held his fists together and laughed. "I am flattered. I have always heard about how powerful Pang Nia from the Emerald Martial School is. Now that I have seen you in person, you are indeed powerful." "Ha, Brother Fire, you are flattering me." Pang Nia did not care about it and asked, "Have the other martial institutions confirmed yet?" The fireman nodded. "There will be 2 people from the Rudra Martial School, 1 from the North Snow Martial Academy, and 2 from the Sky Cloud Martial School. They are Cloud Dreamer and Thunder Freer." Speaking of the Sky Cloud Martial School, the killing intent and haze flashed past his eyes, but he hid it very well. It is not strange for the Rudra Martial School to send 2 people, but why would the Sky Cloud Martial School send 2 people as well? Did no one stay behind to guard the school? Pang Nia was a bit surprised. He had witnessed the rise of the Sky Cloud Martial School in the past couple of years, so he had been paying a lot of attention to the school. The fireman said with a low voice, "Brother Pang, I am afraid you do not know yet. The new great master of the Sky Cloud Martial School, Yi Chen, was able to fight against mid-astral reaching realm warriors when he was only at the Zhenyuan refining stage. This time, I went to the Sky Cloud Martial School to remind them, but I did not expect that Yi Chen had not liked our Purple Sun Martial School for a long time. Not only did he say something rude, he even took the opportunity to kill my good friend, the Gold Spear Man." Hearing him, Pang Nia and Zhuang Qinghe's faces looked a bit gloomy. Yi Chen's rise was way too fast. Before, they did not think that he would be a threat to them, so it was a mistake to ignore him. Pang Nia sneered. "It seems like it is time to teach the Sky Cloud Martial School a lesson. I have let them grow for the past couple of years, and now they really think that the Windy Nation is their territory." Of course, he would not believe everything the fireman had said, but Yi Chen's threat was undeniable. If the Emerald Martial School wanted to keep their dominating position in the Windy Nation, he would not show any mercy. This place has a nice view. I hope I am not late. While they were talking, a wave of ice-cold chi spread out. A couple of miles away, a white shadow appeared out of nowhere. The white shadow's body art was combined with his blade art, which was unstoppable. Pang Nya turned his body, facing the direction where the white shadow was coming from. He said with a faint smile, "Lin Shuehan, after 10 years of training, your blade art has reached the next level." Shoo! The white shadow landed on the ground. It was a middle-aged man wearing a long white robe. He was in his 50s, and his face was skinny and angular. His palms were huge, but there were no calluses on them. Once he landed on the ground, the ice-cold chi disappeared immediately, and he turned into a normal human being. Impressive! I have underestimated the astral-reaching realm warriors from the Windy Nation. The middle-aged man in white was only at the mid-astral reaching realm, but in the mountain man's eyes, he was no less threatening than Pang Nya. There seemed to be an unstoppable blade chi hidden inside his body, waiting to be unleashed. The middle-aged man in white laughed. "There are only 2 astral-reaching realm warriors in our North Snow Martial Academy. Therefore, I had to come here alone. You must not be too busy, right?" "Of course not. As long as you are here." The fireman laughed. Pang Nya smiled lightly. "Brother Lin alone is more than enough to take on 2 people. I wonder how much of your blade intent has reached." Lin Shuehan said, "I am not that talented, only 70%. The blade intent was just like the sword intent. The higher the level, the harder it was to learn. Especially after the entry level of the blade intent, every little bit of improvement would be extremely difficult. Lin Shuehan being able to learn 70% of the blade intent when he was only at the mid-astral reaching realm was already quite impressive. Most of the astral reaching realm blade artists who had learned the blade intent would only be around 50 or 60%. Right now, there were 3 people in the North Snow Martial Academy who had learned the blade intent. One was him, one was the leader of the academy, Shui Warren, and the last one was Lynch. Shui Warren was a late bloomer, so he was currently at 50% of the blade intent. On the other hand, Lynch was catching up. In the 1 year after the Hidden Dragon rank competition, his blade intent had reached 40%, and his overall battling power had reached beyond Shui Warren. I heard that Yi Qin from the Sky Cloud Martial School had revealed 70% of his sword intent during the Hidden Dragon rank competition. It was indeed shocking. Lin Shuehan said, "The fireman could not help but say, he has reached 80% sword intent." Oh, Pang Nya and Lin Shuehan both looked at him. "This guy is way more horrifying than you can imagine. If you underestimate him, you will die a horrible death." The fireman took advantage of the fact that everyone did not want to sit and watch the Sky Cloud Martial School develop. So he told them the truth on purpose. This way, there would be less obstacles when they carried out their plans in the future. Pang Nya remained silent. No one knew what he was thinking. Lin Shuehan was still calm and at ease. The serious atmosphere did not last long before the people from the South Rudra Martial School arrived. The South Rudra Martial School trained a water martial art. When they pushed their speed to its limit, layers of water-like ripples appeared in the air, which was extremely pleasing to the eyes. In everyone's sight, a man and a woman who looked to be in their 40s flew over. "Mate, I know who you are." The South Rudra Martial School had a special status, and they had a powerful background. For all these years, no one had ever seen the great master of the South Rudra Martial School show up. Therefore, no one knew who they were or where they were from. Pang Nya could not help but ask. The man and the woman landed on the ground. The middle-aged man said. Xiao Heng, this is my wife, Long Yu. Nice to meet you too. No one dared to be rude. They all held their fists together to greet them, including the mountain man. Although he did not really care about the top 4 martial institutions of the Windy Nation, he had heard from the fireman that they could not touch the South Rudra Martial School. If they did, no matter how powerful they were, they would not be able to escape death. After a moment of silence, the mountain man said unhappily, "How come the people from the Sky Cloud Martial School are not here yet? We can't keep waiting for them here, can we?" Xiao Heng said, "What if we wait a little bit longer?" The mountain man made a face. The fireman and Pang Nie's expressions both darkened. Senior Cloud Dreamer and Thunder Freer had something to do, so they could not come. I have come on their behalf. Right then, a clear voice was heard from the Green Mountain. Everyone looked up. Yi Chun, who was wearing a blue robe, was flying in the air at an extremely fast speed. "It is him." The fireman froze for a second, then he was overjoyed. He did not plan to kill Yi Chun right away. He only planned to kill the 2 astral-reaching realm warriors first. However, he did not expect that Yi Chun would join the mission to kill the corpse man himself. Therefore, the mission to kill Yi Chun could be brought forward. God is helping me. The fireman and the mountain man looked at each other. A smile that was hard to notice flashed past their faces. It was the first time Pang Nie had seen Yi Chun from the front. He sneered, "You are that Yi Chun, the rare martial genius of the Windy Nation." The blue shadow disappeared, and Yi Chun appeared in front of everyone. "I am not a martial genius. Cloud Dreamer and Thunder Freer are afraid of death. They asked you to go to the front line. It seems like they do not care about you at all." Pang Nie looked at Yi Chun. Although his chi was powerful, it was not as powerful as the fireman had described. He thought to himself. At the same time, there was a hint of killing intent. He did not believe that the fireman did not have a plan this time. Perhaps he could take advantage of the fireman's plan and get it over with once and for all. Yi Chun glanced at Pang Nie and the fireman. He was expressionless as he walked up to greet the 2 great masters of the Rudra Martial School. Chapter 3:18. Pang Nie sneered and said to the fireman, "Brother Fire, since everyone is here, let's discuss the plan to deal with the corpse man." The fireman nodded and said, "Everyone, although there are 8 people from the top 5 martial institutions, the corpse man is not that easy to deal with. His cultivation is at the late astral reaching realm, and we would need at least 3 mid-astral reaching realm warriors to keep him occupied. Plus, there are 2 or 3 rank 7 zombie warriors in his nest. I will not say much about the zombie warriors. Judging from their battling power, they might not be as powerful as all of you here, but their defense is extremely powerful. Without a powerful attack, we might not be able to kill it. Instead, we might be exhausted to death. Besides that, the corpse man also has 4 warriors in white. They seem to have no physical bodies and are extremely creepy. They are all at the early astral reaching realm." Lin Shuihan said, "So, we have just enough people." The great master of the South Rudra Martial School, Xiao Heng, said, "Just enough," which means it is very dangerous. If there is one more astral reaching realm warrior on the corpse man's side, the situation will be very unfavorable for us. Xiao Heng's wife, Long Yu, nodded, "Indeed. Our breakthrough point was the zombie warriors. After killing the zombie, we would then kill the 4 warriors in white, and then we could join hands to kill the corpse man. But the situation might not be as good as we thought. If there is one more astral reaching realm warrior on the other side, they might be able to find a breakthrough point from us. Fire, is this your plan?" Although Pang Nie and the fireman had the same goal, it did not mean that he did not care about his own safety. who knew what kind of plan the fireman had, and whether or not he would be included in it. The fireman laughed. "Don't worry, everyone. My good friend, the lake man, will meet with us tomorrow. This way, there will be 9 of us. If there is no change on the corpse man's side, it will be easy to kill him. Even if there is a change, we still have enough power to deal with it. If worst comes to worst, the 9 of us can join hands and escape from the corpse man's nest." The lake man, one of the Wild 5. "I heard that there are 2 people who have come to the Purple Sun Martial School this time. One is the mountain man in front of us, and the other one is the Gold Spear Man. Where is he? With him, the chance of winning will be even higher." Lin Shuihan suddenly said. The fireman's face darkened as he glanced at Yi Chun. Yi Chen's expression did not change. "I killed him." "You killed him?" Xiao Heng and his wife, as well as Lin Shuihan, were quite surprised. Yi Chen's cultivation was only at the purifying Zhen Yuan stage, which was still a small distance away from the astral-reaching realm. Meanwhile, the Gold Spearman's cultivation had already reached the mid-astral-reaching realm. There was a huge realm and a small realm difference between the two. Under normal circumstances, Yi Chen would not even be able to hurt the Gold Spearman's hair. The few of them were shocked. The number 1 martial genius of the South Rudra region was way more powerful than they had imagined. Since he's dead, then that's another matter. "Brother Lai Hua, when are we leaving?" Lin Shuihan didn't intend to blame Yi Chen and directly skipped over this matter. The fireman said, "Let's not waste any more time. Let's go today. Things might change if we delay." "I have no objections." "Me neither." "Since that's the case, let's go." As astral-reaching experts, they did not like to talk nonsense. Once they had decided on something, they would immediately carry it out. Above the clouds, the fireman said, "The corpse man's nest is right under the ground on the west side of the Devil Grassland. There is a lake there." No wonder we had not found it after all these years. It was hiding under the ground. The Devil Grassland is huge. Without luck, we would not be able to find it. The Green Beauty Mountain was 20,000 miles away from the west side of the Devil Grassland. With the speed of the astral-reaching realm warriors, although they would be able to get there in 4 to 6 hours, it would be extremely dangerous to hunt down the corpse man. Going at full speed would definitely affect their condition. Therefore, everyone only maintained half of their normal speed. On the way, they bumped into the Lake Man, one of the 5 wanderers. The Lake Man looked like he was in his 50s. He was wearing a blue robe, holding a fan in his hand. His temperament was quite similar to Zhuang Qinghe. With his powerful soul power, Yi Chen could see a hint of viciousness flashing through his eyes. It was evil and cruel, which was definitely not as elegant as he looked. After 8 hours, everyone had arrived at the west side of the Devil Grassland. In front of them was an endless stretch of lakes. Some of them were big, some were small. Some were gourd-shaped, some were like water snakes, and some were round. "We are here." The fireman was the first to land next to a lake, the great master of the South Rudra Martial School. Xiao Heng said hesitantly, "I wonder where the entrance is." "The entrance is right under this lake." The fireman pointed at the lake in front of them. "Under the lake." Pang Nye sneered. This corpse man sure knows how to find the right place. He had set the entrance under the lake, covered with mud. It is almost flawless. "Let me check out the environment under the lake." The great master of the South Rudra Martial School, Long Yu, was still a bit worried. She pushed her Zhen Yuan and waved her palm over the water in front of her. Something shocking happened. A swirl suddenly appeared on the surface of the water. It slowly stabilized and floated in the air, looking like a whirlpool water mirror. Turn. As Long Yu's palm moved, The whirlpool water mirror kept changing its direction. In everyone's eyes, the scenery under the lake could be seen clearly through the mirror. The fireman gasped. The martial art trained by the great master of the South Rudra Martial School was indeed unimaginable. Although he still did not know how powerful it was, judging only by its mysteriousness, there seemed to be no other martial art that could compete with it. It was almost close to the Sea of Souls realm master level martial artists. The lake man's heart skipped a beat. He had also trained a water-type martial art, and the water-type Xinyuan inside Long Yu's body made him very excited. If he could make her his mistress, it would be such a great thing. Unfortunately, he could not afford to offend the power behind her, so he would need to think about it further. I will have you sooner or later. The lake man was different from the gold spear man. He liked those middle-aged beauties who were still attractive. Long Yu looked like she was only in her 40s, but because she had trained a water-type martial art, she looked very attractive. Her skin was not any weaker than young girls in their 20s. Added with that special aura of hers, she would be his ideal prey. If there was someone who had seen through the whole situation the best, it would be Yi Chun. From the beginning to the end, he had not said a single word. He had been watching with cold eyes. The lake man's expression was very vague, but unfortunately, he could not hide anything from Yi Chun. He could not help but sneer inside. People from the South Rudra Martial School were not idiots, so they must have some backup plans. The leader of the South Rudra Martial School was even more mysterious. Messing with her would only result in death. All right, I will finish it here once and for all. Yi Chun did not expect to kill the corpse man easily. In fact, he knew that it would not be that easy. But for him, killing the fireman, the mountain man, and the lake man would not be that hard. If the two great masters from the Emerald Martial School also wanted to do something to him, then he would kill them together. It was not because he was very confident in himself, but because of his own power. Today, he was not the same as before. Everything he had learned was top-rank Earth Realm martial arts, top-rank Earth Realm sword art, top-rank Earth Realm movement art, top-rank Earth Realm movement art, Kill Heart Sword and Sky-Shattering Clouds were his ace attacks, and the 80% sword intent was his biggest weapon. It was one of the reasons why he could fight beyond his cultivation. Plus, he could step into the astral reaching realm anytime he wanted. With this kind of power, not to mention peak-level mid-astral reaching realm warriors, even if it was a late astral reaching realm warrior, he would not be afraid. After all, even the inner masters of the rank 6 martial institutions did not have a top-rank Earth Realm martial art. Not to mention the corpse man top-rank Earth Realm martial arts were extremely rare in the South Rudra region. Even all the rank 6 martial institutions would only have a couple of them. He believed that no matter how powerful the Nine Ghost cult was, it would still be impossible for everyone to have one. The 108 ghost warriors were only equivalent to the core masters of a rank 6 martial institution. All these advantages had made Yi Chun not afraid of the fireman's evil plan. Even if it did not work out with his separating shadow flying art, it would not be a problem for him to leave this place. There is no danger. The water mirror disappeared as Long Yu shook her head. Then let's go down. The fireman suggested. The underwater environment was not a problem for everyone. Even mortal realm warriors could stay underwater for a long time. Not to mention that everyone here was an astral-reaching realm warrior who had the power to fly in the sky and dive into the ground. Normal, natural environment would not be able to stop them at all. Opening up his fake Xinyuan lair, Yi Chun followed everyone into the water. Piss off. Not long after they entered the water, a huge underwater beast approached them. It was killed by Pang Nia with one palm attack, and its dead body was thrown out of the water. The fireman controlled his excitement and said with his Zhen Yuan, "The entrance is over there. Everyone, follow me." After he finished talking, he took the lead, using his red protective Zhen Yuan layer to sneak in at an extreme speed. He was as fast as a ghost, like a flickering lamp in the water. Soon, they found the corpse man's nest. At the bottom of the lake, on the side of a huge rock mountain, there was an entrance that was covered with water plants. As the plants were shattered, the entrance could be seen clearly. It was around 10 meters wide and led straight down. It looked like a tunnel to hell, under the protection of their Zhen Yuan layer. Everyone did not care about what was in front of them. If it were not for the fact that they were afraid that the corpse man would hear them, they would have been able to break in with brute force. It would be a piece of cake for them. Who? The fireman was the first to sneak in, followed by the mountain man, and the lake man. Let's go in as well. Xiao Heng and Long Yu glanced at Yi Chen. Among everyone here, only Yi Chen was on their side. Yi Chen nodded and smiled. "Seniors, I will go in first." Since the Green Lotus sword spell was a martial art trained by sword artists, Yi Chen's fake Zhen Yuan was extremely sharp. It was unbelievably fast under the water. When the water in front of him touched his fake Zhen Yuan layer, it was like it had been cut in half by the sword chi. It did not pose much of a resistance at all. Pitch black. Everywhere was pitch black. There was no light at all. No one knew how deep the entrance to the corpse man's nest was. Everyone could only feel that they were getting further and further away from the lake. The surroundings were strangely quiet, without any noise. Splash! After an unknown amount of time, everyone reappeared on the water surface. However, it was not the original water surface, but the underground water surface that was connected to the lake. Chapter 319. Everyone, be careful! Once they got out of the water, Xiao Heng and Long Yu took out their own weapons. What surprised Yi Chen was that both of their weapons were mid-rank great weapons. Xiao Heng had a blade, while Long Yu had a half-moon saw. Although they had suppressed the aura of the mid-rank great weapons, that light pressure was still frightening. The fireman's pupils shrank. With the increase of cultivation, the importance of the great weapons had increased as well. The low-rank great weapons could only increase the attacking power of warriors below the astral-reaching realm by 10 to 20%. In the hands of astral-reaching realm warriors, it would be great if they did not break. However, the mid-rank great weapons were different. They could increase the attacking power of astral-reaching realm warriors by more than 30%, and 40% would be the top mid-rank great weapons. Both of them were mid-astral-reaching realm warriors themselves. With the mid-rank great weapons, they would be able to compete with peak-level mid-astral-reaching realm warriors. In other words, Xiao Heng and Long Yu's attacking power would not be weaker than anyone among the 8 of them. Mid-rank great weapons. These things are hard to come by. Yi Chen had been to the trading palace in the Martial City before, so he naturally knew how precious the mid-rank great weapons were. If he was lucky, he might be able to see 1 or 2 within a month. If he was unlucky, he might not even see one in a year and a half. Every time one appeared, it would be bought by someone immediately, and no one would complain about the high price. The price of a mid-rank great weapon would be at least 50 times more than a low-rank great weapon. Normal astral-reaching realm warriors would not be able to afford it unless they were powerful astral-reaching realm warriors from rank 6 martial institutions. However, increasing the attacking power by 30 to 40% might not necessarily increase the battling power by 30 to 40%. The battling power is affected by many factors, so it should not be the same. Letting out a breath, Yi Chen took out the Star Scar sword from his storage ring and wore it on his left waist. He had bought this sword from the trading palace in the Martial City, and it was definitely one of the top low-rank great weapons. It could increase the attacking power of a clasping Yuan realm warrior by 20%. Although once he reached the astral reaching realm, the Star Scar sword would not have that effect anymore. But Yi Chen had a lot of tricks up his sleeves, so he was not lacking in attacking power. Let's go. The fireman looked away, glanced at Yi Chen, and said in a low voice, "Hee, this time, the corpse man is dead for sure." The mountain man sneered. The last 3 words, "dead for sure," were spoken in a very low voice. Yi Chen's gaze was indifferent, his eyelids slightly drooping. Patter, patter. Light footsteps sounded one after another in the dark environment. Spreading out his soul power with his body as the center, Yi Chen realized that this strange underground world was not small at all. With his current soul power, he could only explore a very small part of it. Even after gathering his soul power into a straight line, he still could not find the edge of the underground world. This underground world was not very humid. On the contrary, it was somewhat dry. If an ordinary person stayed here for a period of time, they would easily suffer from dehydration and other symptoms. So many forks. Pang! Nia raised his eyebrows. Mr. Lake waved his fan and said with a smile, "There's no rush. Let me check with my secret skill." Oh, Mr. Lake has such a powerful secret skill. Everyone was a bit surprised. Normally, astral-reaching realm warriors would use the same method to check their surroundings, which was to spread out their powerful soul power. They had already checked before and found nothing. The lake man smiled slightly as a watery light spread out from his body. It was extremely thin and seemed to have connected with the water yuan qi in the air. He did not say a word, as if he was trying to sense something. The water yuan qi in all directions is vibrating slightly. It is transmitting. Yi Chen had mastered a soul power that was even more powerful than his soul power, so he could easily tell what was happening. After a while, the light on the lake man's body disappeared. He pointed towards the east and said, "There is a sound in that direction, 5 miles away. Let's not waste any more time. Let's go." Under the lead of the lake man, everyone's bodies turned into shadows, disappearing into the forks. There were too many forks in the road. If they followed the forks, they would not know where they would end up. Therefore, they had no choice but to choose between 2 points, where a straight line was the shortest. They used their power to destroy the forks, creating a straight path. It is here. The lake man pushed up his protective Zhenyuan and cut open the mud wall in front of him with his fan. "Save me! Save me!" The scene in front of them had changed everyone's expression a bit. In the pool filled with pitch-black liquid, a man whose face could not be seen clearly was soaking in it. His shoulder blades were hooked by 2 wrist-thick iron chains, while his hands and feet were fixed in the pool, unable to move at all. A clasping Yuan realm warrior. Lin Shuihan said slowly. Xiao Heng said, "If I have guessed it right, the corpse man wants to turn him into a rank 6 zombie warrior, turning him into a mindless killing machine. Let's save him first." Just as long you finished talking, the iron chains made a couple of clinking noises. Without exception, they were all cut in half. She turned around and saw Yi Chen put his sword back into its scabbard. "Move." Activating her water-type Zhenyuan, Long Yu waved her hand. The pitch-black liquid in the pool started to spin intensely, eventually turning into a wriggling water column that shot out into the distance. Whoa! The iron chains were broken, and the pool was empty. However, Long Yu had puked out as well. In the pool, the naked man did not have a single intact body part. His stomach had been cut open, his thigh muscles had been cut open, his calf muscles had been cut open. The flesh and the pitch-black liquid had already mixed together to a certain extent, giving off a faint metallic luster. So cruel! This corpse man has done all kinds of evil things. Xiao Heng frowned. Lin Shuihan said, "The corpse man is not a human being. He is a zombie warrior who has not lost his mind. Therefore, it is understandable that he would be so cruel." Yichen nodded. Back in the Heaven Dream Ancient region, Yichen had heard from Lin Yu that there were two ways to create a zombie warrior. The first way was under special circumstances. After a warrior's death, his Jun Qi would not dissipate and would mix with the corpse Qi. After a long time, the body would become immortal. However, if a living person came to this place, the rich Qi and blood would cause a mutation in the warrior's body, turning it into a zombie warrior who only knew how to kill and eat blood. The second way was to create a zombie warrior. One of the 108 ghost warriors of the Nine Evil cult, the Corpse Man, was a zombie warrior. However, he was different from normal zombies. Because of some special reasons, he had regained his intelligence, which made him even more cunning than human beings. What was even more horrifying was that he, who used to be a zombie warrior, could turn living warriors into zombies. According to him, they were called elite zombies. From high to low, they were iron shell zombie, bronze shell zombie, silver shell zombie, gold shell zombie, and so on, according to the corpse man's own power. The iron shell zombie would be a rank 4 zombie warrior. The bronze shell zombie would be a rank 5 zombie warrior. The silver shell zombie would be a rank 6 zombie warrior. And the gold shell zombie would be a rank 7 zombie warrior. If it were not for them, the man in front of them would have been turned into a silver shell zombie. He is beyond saving. Let's send him on his way. Yichen scanned the man in the pool with his soul power, then shook his head. The man's body had already been corroded, and only his mind was left to support his mind. Even if there were great medicines, there would be no way to save him. Instead of living, it would be better to let him leave safely. After thinking for a while, Yichen took out his Star Scar sword seriously and threw out a sword attack. Pooh! The man's head was thrown into the air, but there was no blood. Sneering inside, the fireman glanced at Yichen in an extremely subtle way. He was thinking about what it would be like if he could turn Yichen into a zombie warrior. It would be so fun. At the same time, the mountain man and the lake man had their own thoughts. Lake man, please perform your secret skill again and find out where the corpse man is. Right then, Lin Shuihan said, "All right." The lake man was about to perform his secret skill when he suddenly frowned. "We are surrounded. Surrounded." Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Howl, howl, howl. In the dark environment, a couple of black-colored zombies with a faint silver shine rushed over. Their green eyes had lost their human emotions, leaving only cruelty, creepiness, bloodthirstiness, and cruelty. All the evil things in the world could be seen in those eyes. It is the Silver Shell Zombie, a rank 6 zombie warrior. Long you did not have time to think. She waved the half-moon saw in her hand, and a couple of half-moon-shaped blade lights flew out, dismembering the incoming Silver Shell Zombie. Howl, howl, howl. More and more Silver Shell Zombies came over from all directions. With one glance, it was impossible to count them all. There were at least 1,000 of them. How many clasping yuan realm warriors did this corpse man capture? Right then, even Yichen could not help but gasp. Every Silver Shell Zombie used to be a clasping yuan realm warrior, so 1,000 Silver Shell Zombies meant 1,000 clasping yuan realm warriors. It was unimaginable. They are all hopeless. Kill! Xiao Hung yelled as he waved his mid-rank great blade in the air. A crashing sound was heard as a horrifying blade light split the water apart, landing heavily on the place where the Silver Shell Zombies were the most concentrated. Boom! Dozens of Silver Shell Zombies were cut into pieces by that blade light. Snow Fullbow Blade. Lin Shuihan had also started to show his power. He did not push his 70% blade intent, but only waved his snow-white long blade. The blade chi was like a fully drawn arrow, slicing across the air at an extreme speed. Wherever it went, countless dried heads were thrown into the air. Mountain-splitting fist, Pang Nya had a powerful aura as he threw out a punch. All of the approaching silver shell zombies were blown away, their metal-like bodies shattered into pieces. Zhuang Qinghe trained the same martial art as Zhuang Qingxian and Zhuang Fei, which was the mountain and river grade art. His movements were extremely powerful, layered on top of each other. Cut! After cutting dozens of silver shell zombies in half with one sword attack, Yichen noticed that although the fireman, the mountain man, and the lake man were attacking aggressively, they were not that powerful. He sneered. He would like to see what kind of tricks these three were going to play. Paying attention to the three at all times, Yichen killed the silver shell corpses that were approaching him casually. Lake Man, why is Brother Kumu not here yet? It is getting late. In the midst of the chaotic battle, the fireman sent a Zhen Yuan message to the Lake Man. The Lake Man replied, "No hurry. Today, half of them have to stay. Kumumu had lost 2 gold shell zombies a while ago. We can use them as materials for the gold shell zombies." Hee, that brat would be a good material as well. Too bad that he had not reached the astral reaching realm yet. Otherwise, he would be able to become a gold shell zombie as well. Chapter 3:20. The 9 of them were all at the astral reaching realm, or at least as powerful as the astral reaching realm. Even if the fireman, the mountain man, and the lake man did not do much, they were still able to clear out the silver shell corpses at a very fast speed. Soon, a huge part of the 1,000 silver shell corpses had been killed, leaving only hundreds of relatively powerful ones. However, although they were powerful, the power gap between them and the others was too huge. It would only take them a couple of breaths' time to kill them, which would not be a problem for them at all. Oh, ayo, ayo, oh, oh, oh. Right at this moment, the roars of the martial zombies came from all directions. The roars were endless, like the roars of mountains and seas, causing the underground world to shake. Not good. This number has already exceeded 10,000. Long Yu's expression changed drastically. They could kill 1,000 silver shell corpses with their power, but 10,000 silver shell corpses would take a long time to kill. Not to mention that the silver shell corpses had a very powerful defense, which was much harder than killing clasping Yuan realm warriors, and would consume a lot more Jin Yuan. Yichen shook his head. Its aura is a bit weaker than a silver armored corpse. It should be a bronze armored corpse. The bronze shell corpses were rank 5 zombies. They were also made by clasping Yuan realm warriors. The difference was that most of the rank 5 zombies were made by early or mid-clasping Yuan realm warriors, while the silver shell corpses were made by mid or late clasping Yuan realm warriors. Of course, although the bronze shell corpses were not as powerful as the silver shell corpses, the number of corpses was still overwhelming. If they wanted to kill all of them, it would take a lot more time and Zhen Yuan. Plus, the corpse man had not shown up yet, which made the group feel a bit of pressure. There are quite a lot of astral reaching experts. They'll make up for my metal shell corpse. After the bronze armored corpse's roar was followed by a cold and cunning voice. The voice was hoarse and terrifying, like 2 pieces of steel rubbing against each other, making people feel like vomiting. The corpse man. Needless to guess, the owner of the voice must be one of the 108 ghost warriors of the 9 Ghost cult, the extremely cruel corpse man, who had killed countless people. Rumble! A wall collapsed, and a black-robed man, wearing a ghost mask, appeared in front of everyone. His body was as thin as firewood, and his fingernails were black and shiny. His withered skin wrinkled together, forming a grayish-black cuticle like the claws of an eagle. Zung. Burning sparks flew everywhere. It turned out that the corpse man had clashed with Xiao Hung and his wife. His dry and sharp claws had clashed with the mid-ranked great weapon, creating sparks. Xiao Hung and his wife were only mid-astral reaching realm warriors after all. There was still a huge gap between them and the infamous corpse man. They only felt their arms go numb before they were blown away. Old ghost, go to hell! Unexpectedly, the lake man rushed towards the ghost man without caring about his own safety. He threw out a palm attack, bringing up a huge wave of power. The corpse man sneered. His pair of claws broke through his opponent's palm attack and fiercely dashed out. Bang! The lake man's protective Zhenyuan was shattered. Blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth as he was blown backward. His route was the same as Xiao Hung and his wife's. Where are you going? The corpse man followed closely behind. After exchanging a few blows, the four of them gradually left the line of sight of Yi Chun and the others and arrived in another environment. I see. The two great masters of the South Rudra martial school are not their target. Their target is us. Yi Chun thought for a while and understood a lot. The corpse man targeting Xiao Hung and his wife was not reasonable. He probably wanted them to separate from us, to stall them and not kill them. In this way, no one from the South Rudra Martial School would die, and it would not piss off the leader of the South Rudra Martial School. Long bye. Plus, the fireman and the other two probably had something to do with the corpse man. Everyone had died, except for them, which meant that they were obviously working with the corpse man boom. Amidst the tide of bronze-armored corpses, two metal-armored corpses with pitch-black skin and a faint golden glow suddenly emerged. These two metal-armored corpses were nimble. As they leaped, they were like tiny bolts of lightning rapidly appearing in front of Pang Nia and Zhuang Qinghe. At the same time, a white figure shuttled through the group of bronze-armored corpses, aiming for the slightly weaker Zhuang Qinghe, intending to kill him with a single blow. Pang Nia and Zhuang Qinghe did not dare to underestimate the gold shell corpses and the white shadow, so they attacked with all of their power. Lin Shuihan, the great elder of the North Snow Martial Academy, was not idle either. His opponents were three white-clothed, long-robed men. These three long-robed men seemed to have no physical form. They were floating in the air, and with a flash, they would appear in front of Lin Shuihan. It was impossible to defend against them. Soon, everyone had been separated. Xiao Hung and his wife were fighting with the corpse man, who was far away from them. Pang Nia and Zhuang Qinghe were fighting with two gold shell corpses and one man in long robes, while Lin Shuihan was fighting with the three men in long robes. All the space outside of the fighting area had been filled up by the bronze shell corpses, making it hard for anyone to move. Among everyone, only Yi Chun, the fireman, and the mountain man did not have any opponents. The fireman and the mountain man were obviously on the same side as the corpse man, and so was that lake man who had pretended to help Xiao Hung and his wife. Therefore, only Yi Chun was standing alone in the crowd of bronze shell corpses, looking at them coldly without changing his expression. Judging from the situation, the astral-reaching realm warriors from the Windy Nation were not in a good situation. No, it was not in a good situation. It was a sure-kill situation. Although the original plan was good, who knew that the fireman and the other two would be working with the corpse man in public, trying to kill everyone except the South Rudra Martial School. Even Yi Chun did not think about this beforehand. He only thought that the corpse man would kill him or the others secretly, and would not do it so openly. Right now, these two were not moving at all, and did not seem to want to help the others. Pang Nia yelled angrily, "Fireman, why are you not doing anything yet?" He had more or less guessed what the fireman was thinking and sounded very angry. The fireman sneered, "Don't worry, I will do it." The plan was going perfectly. Xiao Hung and his wife had been lured away, so they would not be able to hear what was happening here. Then he would kill the four of them, including Yi Chen, and then the mountain man would disappear while he himself was injured. Then, when he returned to the Purple Sun Martial School, no one would suspect him. They would only think that the corpse man was too powerful, and only he, Xiao Hung, and his wife had made it back, and they were all injured. Of course, it would be impossible for everyone to not suspect him. But without any evidence, the fireman did not think that there would be any accidents. Even the Cloud Dreamer and the Thunder Freer from the Sky Cloud Martial School would not be able to do anything to him. As for the South Rudra Martial School, it was indeed a huge obstacle. He would have to be more careful in the future in case he got caught. Seeing the fireman and the mountain man coming over, Yi Chen said lightly, "Just you two? I don't think it is enough." "Oh yeah? What about us?" From a dark corner, two human shadows flew over. Judging from their chi, they were definitely peak-level mid-astral reaching realm warriors. With the combination of 4 mid-astral reaching realm warriors, with Yi Chen's current power, he would indeed be killed, unless his fake Xin Yuan layer was able to handle the attacks from the 4 of them. But that would not be possible, since the gap between their realms was too huge. These two were also the remnants of the 9 evil cult. Their status was not as high as the corpse man's, but they were battle attendants. The fireman laughed. "Yi Chen, you did not expect this day, did you? Originally, the ones who would die would be the Cloud Dreamer and the Thunder Freer. Who asked you to be so arrogant and join this mission. This time, you will die for sure. I will ask the Deadwood brother to turn you into a silver shell corpse and let you suffer a pain worse than death." Yi Chen shook his head. The fake Xin Yuan inside his body started to vibrate for the last time as he said, lightly, "Don't joke around. I happen to have no reason to kill you. Let's do it right here and now." Chapter 321. Once he finished talking, the fake Shen Yuan inside, Yi Chen's body started to vibrate and merge with each other. A crystal bright light was released, and the qi was extremely sharp. At the same time, the fake Shen Yuan spiral inside his dantian started to expand and shrink. Within a blink of an eye, it had changed dozens of times, and finally expanded to twice its original size. Then, it started to shrink at an unimaginable speed, forming an egg-sized blue core. The blue core looked like a crystal, but not a crystal, like a liquid, but not a liquid. It was somewhere between solid and liquid, with a blue halo on its surface. The halo was like the halo of a star, giving people a mysterious and condensed feeling. But of course, it was more about power and shock. Outside the blue core, there were 9 sharp chi flows spinning around it in a regular pattern. Those sharp chi flows were indeed the Green Lotus Sword chi. After reaching the 13th realm of the Green Lotus Sword spell, not only did the number of Green Lotus Sword chi increase to 9, its power had also increased. Each of them was equivalent to one of Yi Chen's ace attacks. If caught unprepared, people who were more powerful than him could be badly wounded or even killed. Plus, Yi Chen had just reached the 13th realm not long ago. After a while, the Green Lotus Sword chi would be fully nourished, and its power would be even more horrifying. It had the potential to become Yi Chen's most powerful ace attack, which would allow him to kill warriors at the same level as him. Of course, Yi Chen's talent in martial arts was way too powerful. He was afraid that before the Green Lotus Sword chi could become his most powerful ace attack, he would create another powerful ace attack, just like the One Sword attack, which had been gradually replaced by other ace attacks. It had also been combined with the Lone Peak Kill to form the most powerful sword attack, which meant that there would be no chance for it to show up. The good thing was that these 9 Green Lotus Sword chi were inside Yi Chen's body, which was a close-range attack. No matter if it was his most powerful ace attack or not, it would still be very useful. The second he reached the astral reaching realm, Yi Chen's aura had increased drastically. It was way more horrifying than any other clasping Yuan realm warrior. Because he had trained the Green Lotus Sword spell, Yi Chen's aura was different from the others. It was extremely sharp, as if there were countless saw teeth cutting through the surreal space. This is the power of an astral-reaching realm warrior. It is even more horrifying than I had imagined. No wonder it is so hard for a clasping Yuan realm warrior to win against an astral-reaching realm warrior. There are not that many of them in the whole South Rudra region. Closing his eyes slightly, Yi Chen tightened both of his fists. His aura was still increasing, and outside of his fists, one could vaguely see that sharp blue chi flow spinning, increasing its speed and making a buzzing sound. What? He reached the astral-reaching realm? The fireman opened his eyes, the stage of the fire. Mountain Visitor's face darkened. Kill! Kill him, now that he has just broken through. Otherwise, once he gets used to using Jin Yuan, it will be hard to kill him. Yi, 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 and yi opened. Yi. He had seen a lot of astral-reaching realm warriors burn their Zhen Yuan, so how could he not know how to do it? The soul power that was blessed by the heavens was not something that could be used for nothing. Boom! The Zhen Yuan inside his body rubbed against each other. A wave of blue flame spread out and rushed out of Yi Chen's body. Looking from afar, it looked like a blue human-shaped fire pillar. As the Zhen Yuan burned, Yi Chen's increasing aura suddenly exploded, reaching 2 times of his original power. 2 times of battling power was an ability that only astral-reaching realm warriors had. How is this possible? How could it be so easy to burn Zhen Yuan for the first time? When the mountain man burned his Zhen Yuan for the first time, he had only made a small flame. Not to mention doubling his battling power, it had not even increased by 20%. It took him a month to master the technique of burning Zhen Yuan. So what if you have reached the astral reaching realm? So what if you have burned your Zhen Yuan? The 4 of us are more than enough to kill you. Die! That muddy yellow Zhen Yuan was burning fiercely. The mountain man was the first one to jump at Yi Chen. On his way, a huge iron hammer appeared in each of his hands, which he threw out. Piss off! Yi Chen pointed out his right index finger in the air. A beam of blue sword chi shot out, carrying a horrifying sword intent. It landed on the iron hammer of the mountain man chin. The iron hammer was a low-rank great weapon containing Zhen Yuan. Even if Yi Chen's green lotus sword chi was unbreakable, it still could not leave a scratch on it. However, the attacking power of the sword chi still landed on the iron hammer's Zhen Yuan, which was then transmitted into the body of the mountain man. Sparks flew everywhere. Blood spurted out from the corner of the mountain man's mouth as he was blown away. Let's work together and kill him. The fireman had already started to burn his Zhen Yuan as a fire element Zhen Yuan cultivator. Once he started to burn his Zhen Yuan, his battling power would not only increase by 1-fold, but more than 1-fold. Compared to the other astral-reaching realm warriors, the water element Zhen Yuan cultivators would only be able to increase their battling power by 80 to 90%. However, their recovery speed would be much faster, and burning their Zhen Yuan would last longer. Whoosh! Whoosh! The other 2 warriors from the 9 Ghost Cult had also started to burn their Zhen Yuan. There were 3 mid-astral reaching realm warriors, and 2 of them were at the peak level of mid-astral reaching realm. Their combined aura was even more powerful than that of a late astral reaching realm warrior. The dark underground world suddenly brought up waves of tornadoes, which blew away all the bronze shell corpses nearby. Kill! Kill! The three of them stomped on the ground. The second the mountain man backed out, they attacked towards Yi Chen from three different directions. The fireman's weapon was a light red great blade, while the other two had a long stick and a pair of gloves respectively. With the burning Zhen Yuan, the attacking power contained in their weapons was even more powerful. They tore apart the air, creating countless cracks in the vacuum space. If the three of you combined your power into one, you might be able to beat me. Unfortunately, if you are separated, you will still be separated. Although it was possible to win with quantity, but quality would always be above quantity. Without quantity reaching a certain level, quality would not be able to win. Qin, the star scar sword on his waist, was taken out of its scabbard. The bright sword light brightened up the dark, underground world. Soon, countless electric snakes shot out, and the misty clouds started to roll. Along with Yi Chen's sword aura, all of them had been thrown out. Crack! The first one to puke out blood and back out was the fireman. His battling power had increased the most, but his basic power was not as powerful as the other two. Facing Yi Chen's brutal sword chi, his palm that was holding the light red great blade cracked open. His feet rubbed against the ground as he was blown back. Green lotus light. The star scar sword blocked back, blocking out one of the remaining two's attacks. Yi Chen did not change his posture as he pointed out his right index finger like a ghost. He ignored the distance between him and the other peak-level mid-astral reaching realm warrior, stabbing into his protective Zhen Yuan layer. Pooh! His opponent's protective Zhen Yuan layer was shattered. The green lotus sword chi circled around his neck once, and a huge head flew into the sky. Damn! Die! The peak-level mid-astral reaching realm warrior, who had his attack blocked by Yi Chen, saw that his partner had been killed after only one attack. His brutal chi spread out as he threw out another iron fist towards Yi Chen's head. Separate. The separating shadow flying art performed with his Zhen Yuan was especially horrifying. Yi Chen's body shook, once before disappearing like a wisp of black smoke. Ghost spirit art. His opponent's flying art was not weak either. He took a step back unconsciously, leaving a dreamy ghost shadow where he was standing. There was a flash of sword light on the phantom, and then it dissipated and disappeared. Hammer mountain pressure. The mountain man came back. He flipped his iron hammer, and the burning yellow Zhen Yuan turned into a 10-meter-tall mountain shadow, attacking towards Yi Chen. Freeze! Yi Chen did not dare to ignore the mountain man's attack. Before, he was able to kill the rest of the people from the 9 evil cult, who were even more powerful than the mountain man. It was all because of the unexpected green lotus sword chi inside his body. Plus, his basic power was still not as powerful as the rest of them. His sword intent could only increase his attacking power, but not his defense. After throwing out a sword attack, the air within hundreds of meters had been frozen. Pieces of green lotus appeared in the air, absorbing the Yuan Qi in the air. The yellow mountain shadow started to slow down, giving Yi Chen time to dodge. He flashed a couple of times, and his real body appeared right next to the mountain man. The mountain man was shocked. He put away one of his iron hammers and flipped his left hand, creating layers of thick yellow mud wall shadows in front of him, blocking Yi Chen's way. Break! Yi Chen did not stop. He threw out his star scar sword, and a fist-sized green lotus pierced through the yellow mud wall shadows, landing on the mountain man's protective Zhen Yuan layer. The two were exchanging attacks as fast as lightning. Plus, with Yi Chen's separating shadow art, it was hard to tell which one was the real one. By the time the fireman and the other 9 ghost cult realized what was going on, the mountain man had already been blown away with blood puking out of his mouth. He landed in the middle of the group of bronze armored corpses. Yi Chen would not give up the chance to kill his opponent. He lifted up his left index finger and pinky finger, and two beams of green lotus sword chi attacked from the left and right. One was attacking from the front, and the other from the side. Chin. Sparks flew everywhere. The mountain man blocked out the first beam of green lotus sword chi, but the second beam of green lotus sword chi bypassed his defense and went right through his skull. Crack! His brain spilled everywhere, and half of the mountain man's head fell off. The cut was smooth and clean, with the red and white mixed together. It was a shocking sight. Within a short period of time, 2 of the 4 people from the fireman's group had been killed. Yi Chen's power had shocked them. He had only just reached the astral reaching realm, but he already had such a horrifying power. After all, the 4 of them were all mid-astral reaching realm warriors, and 2 of them were even at the peak level. If the 4 of them combined their power, they would be able to fight against a late astral reaching realm warrior. However, in front of Yi Chen, they could not even work together, and were killed one by one. If he were to get a little more powerful, who among the astral reaching realm warriors would be able to fight against him? What did it mean to be powerful? This was it. His body drifted as Yi Chen passed through the group of bronze shell corpses. It was even weirder than those invisible men in robes. Lin Shuihan, who was fighting hard, only saw a blur in front of his eyes, and 2 out of the 3 men in robes had been killed. From the corner of his eyes, Yi Chen's back was getting blurry. "Thank you," Lin Shuihan said to himself. He did not choose to help the great master from the Emerald Martial Palace. Whether they were dead or alive, Yi Chen did not care at all. He went back to his own battle, and Yi Chen locked onto the fireman with his chi. "I have been wanting to visit the Purple Sun Martial School for a long time. I will take you as a gift." "How dare you? You are breaking the balance of the Windy Nation." The fireman was scared, so he tried to sound tough. Chapter 322. Yi Chen sneered. "It is still better than you trying to kill all the astral-reaching realm warriors in the Windy Nation. If the news gets out, the Purple Sun Martial School would be ruined in your hands. Explode." As he spoke, Yi Chen slightly twisted his feet on the ground. An explosive-like spinning power went deep into the ground, exploding under the fireman's feet. It was indeed the secret martial art, Earth Explosion Sky Shock. Boom! Rocks flew everywhere as the fireman tried to dodge out of the way. "Next year, today will be your death anniversary." Yi Chen's voice seemed to have some kind of magical power as it went into the fireman's ears. Then, a bright sword light exploded. Within the sword light, a huge green lotus could be vaguely seen. The fireman pushed his Jin Yuan and yelled crazily, "Brother Deadwood, save me!" Crack! Just as he finished speaking, his protective Jin Yuan had been sliced open by that huge sword light. A bloody line appeared from his forehead to his chin. His huge body had been cut in half all of a sudden. After killing the fireman, Yi Chen looked at the last person. Run! This person knew that Yi Chen was not a match for him, so he did not think about anything else. "Do you think you can run away?" Using his flying art, Yi Chen chased after him. The 2 were both astral-reaching realm warriors, so they could run at an amazing speed. Hundreds of meters only took them a second to cover. Plus, since their Zhan Yuan was way too powerful, it had sucked out all the air around them, making them stand in a vacuum. Therefore, the sound they made was very soft, unlike clasping Yuan realm warriors who would make a sonic boom when they ran at full speed. Die! Like a maggot on a bone, Yi Chen soon shortened the distance between them. He focused his kill heart sword attack, which looked like a shooting star in the sky, flashing once before disappearing. Swoosh! The man's running posture did not change, but his Zhan Yuan had been weakened drastically. A huge head shot up into the sky, with blood pouring out of it, looking very unwilling. Right now, I finally have the power to do whatever I want in the South River region. Without Sea of Souls realm warriors, it would not be easy for anyone to kill me. After killing 4 mid-astral reaching realm warriors in a row, Yi Chen felt a sense of pride. Before, although he was extremely talented and had a great comprehensive ability, he always felt like he was in a precarious situation. Therefore, he had to think twice before doing anything and be extremely cautious. Right now, mid-astral reaching realm warriors were nothing in his eyes. Even if he were to encounter a late astral reaching realm warrior, he would still have the power to fight back. Of course, Yi Chen also knew that the reason why he was able to kill mid-astral reaching realm warriors was not only because of his powerful 80% sword intent, but also because of all the top-level martial arts he had trained. He would not be at a disadvantage in terms of martial arts, and his only weakness would be his cultivation. After this, I have to go to the Natural Moat Gorge to learn the Battle King's sword intent and try to reach the next level. If I can train my sword intent to 90% or even complete, then I would be able to compete with late astral reaching realm warriors. Then, I will try to increase my cultivation. Once I reach the peak level of early astral reaching realm, my battling power would reach a very high level. With mid-astral reaching realm, I would basically be able to do whatever I want in the whole South River region. I would also not have to be afraid of some peak-level late astral reaching realm warriors who had trained powerful martial arts. Yi Chen knew very well that some of the warriors who were stuck at the peak level of late astral reaching realm and could not make it to the Sea of Souls realm would be extremely horrifying. With his current power, he would not be able to fight against them. The good thing was that these people usually did not go out, and there were not many of them, so the chance of running into them was almost negligible. I will take it one step at a time. The Natural Moat Gorge will be my first destination. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen's mind seemed to have cleared up a lot, and his sword intent was even more powerful. Yi Chen, you and I are both astral-reaching realm warriors from the Windy Nation. Why are you not coming to help us? Without us, you would still die in the hands of the ghost corpse man. Pang Nia's voice was heard. Yi Chen looked over. Pang Nia and Zhuang Qinghe's opponents were 2 gold shell corpses and a man in a long robe. These 2 gold shell corpses were even more powerful than what the fireman had described. One of them had a dark gold color on its dark skin, which meant that it was a rank 8 zombie warrior. Its defense was extremely horrifying, and it could almost ignore Pang Nia's attacks. The other gold shell corpse was also at the peak level of rank 7 zombie warrior. Its light gold color seemed to be developing towards the dark gold color. It should have been a rather powerful mid-astral reaching realm warrior when it was alive. These 2 gold shell corpses had completely suppressed Pang Nia and Zhuang Qinghe. Added with the man in a long robe who did not have a high cultivation, the 2 were in a dangerous situation. I will start with you 2 first. Before Yi Chen could reply, a ghost-like figure appeared near Pang Nia and Zhuang Qinghe. It was indeed the ghost corpse man. His whole body was covered with a dark gray protective Jinyuan, and the evil face mask was releasing a horrifying qi. It was only a flash, and he was about to kill the 2. How dare you? Pang Nia was shocked. He pushed his Jinyuan to its limit, and a huge fire wave shot out of his body. It was extremely powerful. Zhuang Qinghe, who was on the side, knew very well that he would not be able to handle a full power attack from the ghost corpse man, and that he would not be able to survive today. He performed his mountain and river great art, and his Jinyuan attacked towards the ghost corpse man like a huge wave. The ghost corpse man chuckled as he twisted his right hand. With a shoo sound, his right hand went through Pang Nia's fist power and sliced through his left arm. At the same time, he held a golden skull in his left hand, and threw it towards Zhuang Qinghe. The three passed by each other. The ghost corpse man was holding an arm in his hand. On the other hand, Pang Nie and Zhuang Qinghe had lost their left arm and life, respectively. Facing a full power attack from the ghost corpse man, one was wounded and the other was dead. Losing interest in killing Pang Nie, the ghost corpse man turned his attention to Lin Xuehan, who had just killed the man in long robes. Boom! On his way, the ghost corpse man suddenly lifted up his golden skull, clashing with the incoming sword chi. Kid, you are looking for death. Originally, the ghost corpse man was planning to kill Lin Xuehan first. However, he did not expect that Yi Chun would stop him and attack him with a sharp sword chi. After killing a huge group of bronze shell corpses, Yi Chun stood there quietly. This is the end. He did not care about the two great masters from the Emerald Martial Palace, but the great master from the North Snow Martial Academy could save his life. However, this ghost corpse man was indeed powerful. He could shatter Yi Chen's sword chi in a hurry, which meant that he was way more powerful than the fireman Shu. Shu! Shu! 3 human figures appeared one after another. They were Xiao Heng and his wife, and the lake man. All 3 of them had been wounded quite badly. Xiao Heng and his wife were not sure if it was just an illusion, but the ghost corpse man had not used all of his power yet. Of course, since they dared to come to the ghost corpse man's base, they all had their ace cards prepared. Unless it was a critical moment, they would not use them easily. Xiao Heng and his wife could not just sit and watch Pang Nie get killed, so they hurried to help him fight against the 2 gold shell corpses and the man in long robes. As for the lake man, he looked a bit gloomy. He could not see the fireman and the rest of the bronze shell corpses, so he did not know what had happened. Pang Nie, where are the others? Xiao Heng asked. Pang Nie spat out a mouthful of blood. That fireman and the ghost corpse man were in cahoots. There were 2 other powerful warriors, but they were both dead. Pang Nie glanced at Yi Chun with hatred. Although the ghost corpse man's attacking speed was extremely fast, he did not think that Yi Chun would save him at all. Xiao Heng and his wife were shocked. This Yi Chun was unexpectedly powerful. He had reached the astral-reaching realm? Was it an accident? Or the ghost corpse man said to the lake man, kill them all. Everything is out of our control now. He was talking about the couple. According to the plan, they did not need to be killed because killing them would cause a lot of trouble. But now, it seemed like they had to kill them. Once the fireman and the other 3 had died, the plan had gone into an unknown direction, and the cause of all of this was Yi Chun. The lake man had a creepy look on his face. He looked at Long Yu with a hint of evil in his eyes. Finally, he did not have to hold it in anymore. He could just run away from the Windy Nation. The battle had started again, but this time there was a slight change. The lake man, who had been helping the couple, had now become the ghost corpse man's helper. He fought with the 2 gold shell corpses and the man in long robes. Of course, there was also the horrifying amount of bronze shell corpses. Pulling back his attention, the ghost corpse man knew that Yi Chun was the key. Only by killing him would he be able to kill everyone from the Windy Nation. Right now, all he needed to do was to maintain the situation. You are the one who killed the fireman and the rest. Yi Chun did not answer, but asked, you must be the leader of the Wild 5, the Deadwood Man, right? I wonder if your original name was the Deadwood Man or the Ghost Corpse Man. Before the fireman died, he had called him Brother Deadwood. Therefore, Yi Chun knew that the Ghost Corpse Man was the Deadwood Man, and the Wild 5 were actually all in the Windy Nation. The only question was whether the fireman was working with the Ghost Corpse Man, or if he had already become part of the 9 Ghost cult. But none of this mattered anymore. The fireman was already dead, and he no longer existed in this world. Both of them are my names. Too bad. All the enemies who know my name have to die. You are no exception. Die. The gold skull was transferred to his right hand as the ghost corpse man rushed towards Yi Chen at an extreme speed. Sky-shattering clouds. Facing the infamous ghost corpse man, Yi Chen did not back out at all. Instead, he lifted up his sword and faced him head-on. Boom! The gold skull clashed with the Star Scar sword. The dark underground world shook a little bit, and a lot of rocks fell down from above. Who was more powerful and who was weaker, it would be easy to tell. The ghost corpse man backed out 3 steps. Yi Chen backed out 10 steps. The gap between their cultivation was too huge. Even though Yi Chen had trained the top-rank Earth realm martial art, the Green Lotus Sword spell, and had 80% sword intent, it was still not enough to make up for the gap. However, being able to handle a full attack from the Ghost Corpse Man was already very impressive, since the Ghost Corpse Man was one of the 108 ghost warriors of the Nine Ghost cult. Even if he was not famous for his battling power, he should not be underestimated. Normal late astral reaching realm warriors might not even be able to run away from him. I am afraid that you will die here today. The Ghost Corpse Man had made up his mind, as he sneered. Yi Chen's expression did not change. There was a bloody light burning inside his body as he said, "Not necessarily." "Oh, yeah? Then I will see how you are going to fight against me." The gray-black Ghost Corpse Man's Zhen Yuan shot up into the sky. The Ghost Corpse Man held the gold skull in his right hand, looking like a demon stepping on a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. I said, not necessarily. You were able to rule the Windy Nation before, but today it is not your world anymore. Crack. The ground cracked open as a bloody red chi flow exploded from Yi Chen's body. It combined with his burning Zhen Yuan, turning into a greenish red color all of a sudden. That intense aura spread out in all directions, blowing away all the bronze shell corpses that were surrounding him.